Hope you are all doing well. We are going to try something a little different today. We're going to do something called Rock Talk. That's right. And we're going to wait till everybody filters in. I'm a couple minutes early, so just thought we would test it out, make sure we are doing good. All right. So I'm going to give you guys a couple minutes to filter in, and I'm just going to go check something here. Oh. Oops. Hey, we got 4 viewers already. I'm just trying to get my chat going. I'm glad you enjoyed the SoFi show last night. That's right. We had a really nice time. We had a lot of people watching it live on tape, and then we had some people streaming it all day. So that was cool. I hope you're all doing well. I'm just trying to see if I can get a feed on this over here. Let's see. You were at the Thursday show. Yeah, that was cool. How do you think the shows compared, Jeff, from one to the other? How do you think those shows compared? To me, I think every show the Stones do on this tour, they're just getting better and better. How do you think those shows compare? I think I'm on. I gotta mute this mic here. I'm sorry. All right. That way I can see you all better. There we go. Very good. It was your first and only Stones concert, and loved it. Yeah, it was really good. What did you think of the SoFi Stadium? Like as far as the sound goes, and parking situations. I was a little taken aback by some of that. The logistics of getting in with all the COVID checks. What did you think about SoFi Stadium? A little echoey, right? Yeah. I mean, during the Stones press conference, they were talking about that SoFi is like the premier stadium with the best sound in the world. And I'm like, oh my God, it sounds like a locker room in here because there's nowhere to absorb the sound. The ceiling is glass. I think it would be better if they just left the ceiling open. What do you think of Dirty Honey? Is that like Dirty Harry's girlfriend? I don't know. Excuse me. Parking was 60 prepaid, 80 day of the concert. Yeah, that was a shocker. Because back in the day when there was Hollywood Park, I used to be able to park there for free. People would just park at Hollywood Park and they'd walk next door to the Forum. So I was thinking, okay, 20, 30 bucks, whatever. It was $80 when you drove in, and then it was basically they were telling us if you wanted premier parking or VIP parking, it was like 150. And premier parking, I actually did that, believe it or not. I not purposely. We just ended up in premier parking, and the guy was telling us that people in the general parking, they were waiting like an hour or so just to get out of the lot. But since we ended up in premier, I think 80 bucks is enough for premier parking. I don't know. I ended up in that lot. They let us out through a different exit. It was kind of a quick getaway there. But yeah, I've never seen $80 general parking before. It was just like, okay, we got these guys. You could either go home, there's nowhere to park, or you can. And that's when I knew that people love the Stones, because people keep saying, oh, the Stones, they should just give it up. But truth is if you're willing to pay 80 bucks for parking, and that's more than some of the tickets. It's like going to a movie and paying more for popcorn than you do for admission. I the first show I didn't have great seats. I was kind of in the same location I was in the second show. I was kind of like I wasn't all the way at the top, but I was like right above the sky boxes. And then the second show I wanted to upgrade, so we ended up in club seating on Sunday night, which was pretty nice. But I don't think it showed that well on my recording because people were saying, "Oh my God, you got terrible seats," and I go, "No, these were VIP." I mean, imagine how bad the regular admission was if VIP was that far away. But it's just a big stadium. SoFi is massive. You didn't know the T-shirt was going to be $50, but hey, once in a lifetime. Hey, we got Jennifer is here. Jennifer Kaifa. I don't know if I'm pronouncing your last name right, but she's our special guest tonight, and she's a little under the weather, so she's going to appear in the chat. She is awesome, you guys. If you get a chance, Jennifer, share your link at some point to your channel so that you can so people can come up and experience how cool your channel is. She does a lot of shorts right now. She's doing all these really funny shorts. She did one for Halloween that I just watched with all these special effects, and she's just got a lot of personality and just a lot of fun. So if you get a chance, Jennifer, hopefully you'll put your link up because I had to switch. I had to switch this out. We're actually getting better. We're getting better fidelity as far as the camera, but I'm not able to get my computer camera going. So that's Jennifer. Jennifer CTV. That's right. She told me earlier that she was a big fan of Guns N' Roses. And what else was she a fan of? I think Aerosmith. Well, thank you, Robert. I'm glad you're enjoying the coverage. I'm trying to do something different. Like I'm trying to, just present the Rolling Stones for people all over the world who haven't been able to see them and try to get the best quality footage. Now, if you come in on the live streams of the night, I just get whatever I can get. But we usually improve it. So that's why we have these live streams. And some of the stuff was really good. I mean, I was impressed, for like amateur camera work. So my partner DJ Dallas, he's people ask me where I'm getting this footage from. He finds all this stuff. I mean, it's amazing. He finds these streams and links and so far. I am Jeff Jones. I'm in LA County, and you're in Orange County. Okay, cool. I was thinking of going into. I was thinking of going into Vegas to see them in Vegas. I don't usually travel that far. I did. I did to see the Who. I traveled to Vegas to see the Who. That was an amazing show a couple of years ago when they did a stint at Caesars. But I'm pretty confident. I mean, the hotels are almost sold out in Las Vegas. I'm pretty sure it's because of the Stones. So you can actually go to some outlying areas too and get some availability if you're having a hard time getting in too close to the strip. But I'm thinking of heading out there. Maybe we should have a meetup or something. Just hang out before the show or after the show, for that matter. You're hip, okay? Anybody? So that's what we'll do. We'll do a meetup maybe at the end of the show out front, and we'll talk about it because I'm sure we're all going to be in different sections, and they keep everybody so sectioned off. It's a big arena. But after the show, I'll be live streaming it, so I want to hear what you guys think of it. So I'm pretty sure I'm going. I can't say 100%, but it would be awesome if we could do that. It is so tempting to hit Las Vegas, isn't it? And a little tip to you guys: the box office sometimes will reduce the price of the tickets the night of the show. They hold all these tickets, so you can access the box office online if you don't want to go down there, and you can buy tickets, discounted tickets, the night of the show, and that's for any show, not just the Stones. So that's a little tip for you guys. Sometimes you think, oh, it's sold out, but the box office always manages to find some extra tickets. Jennifer said something about Aerosmith. She likes Aerosmith and Guns N' Roses. And Lisa C said her favorite Aerosmith song is Walking in the Sand. That is from the album called Night in the Ruts, right? 1979. I think it was originally called something else. But it's a family show. Anyway, that was the last album that contained guitar work from Joe Perry, and I think it he was in the Joe Perry project for about 5 or 6 years after that. And then he joined up for the Back in the Saddle tour at the Greek Theater. That's right. I couldn't believe it. One of the best concerts I ever saw was Aerosmith reuniting with Joe Perry at the Greek Theater, 1984, I believe it was. What a great show! I remember Joe Perry doing Red House by the Jimi Hendrix version. But I loved that Walking in the Sand. That was like like one of those '60s all girl group songs, maybe the Ronettes or something like that. But they Aerosmith made it their own. It was really cool. Let's see. Dennis Ramsey, folk artist, is. I think I saw some of your work. It was pretty cool. Sure wish I had 5 grand. I didn't care about it, Vegas. Now you're talking. Now it's crazy how much the hotels used to be like. You would go and you get a good deal in Vegas. Remember the you'd have the all night silver bullet buffets or whatever they called them. $10 you could get seafood and steak and salads, and now it's like it's $10 just for parking. Yeah, just saw live. I'm a wet rag who can't deal with the Stones since passing. Still love your channel. Yeah, the whole thing about Charlie Watts. I look at the Stones as a family. I mean, they can't divorce each other. They've got all these family members, and they've got all the whole tour going, and they have all these people. So Charlie actually didn't want them to stop the tour. He says, "Oh, we can't stop it." When he was sick, he told them to keep going because he thought that these people needed to work. All these crews. It's like a whole industry. It's like a virtual thing, and it's like a family. If somebody, God forbid, passes away, you don't just that's it. Charlie, it's very very hard to even get a drummer to sound like that. But I think Steve Jordan is doing a good job. I mean, he's only had a couple months to really learn the music and try to sound like Charlie. So that's how I look at it. I mean, there's no reason to, back in the olden days, they would, maybe the Egyptians, like when the pharaoh died, you just killed everybody off, all the maid servants, and everybody is just okay. No one gets to live anymore because the pharaoh died. But I don't think you can do that in rock bands as much. I know some bands have done it, like Zeppelin, but I was so hurt when Alison Krauss, remember, she was touring with Robert Plant, and they had a chance. They did that O2 Arena I think it was around 2006 or 2007, and then Robert Plant decided to play with Alison Krauss instead of Zeppelin going on tour. I'm like, what? John Bonham's son was willing to go on tour with them. I mean, he sounds a lot like his dad. He was trained by his dad. I mean, come on, guys. I mean, Alison Krauss is great if you're a local yokel, but it's not Zeppelin. Hello, DJ Jerry. You got David Wolfson there. How you doing, Dave? And thank you. No disrespect for Charlie, guys, but if the band is still making people happy and people are still able to do it, I think that the Stones' philosophy is rock till we drop. You know, and I'm not seeing a diminishing in quality of the sound at all, and or the performance. So, hey, we got a limited time on this planet, guys. If they're willing to do it, I don't know. All I can do is support them. It's a tough call. Plant has issues and does do. I think Plant has issues with Jimmy Page. I think it was like a very convenient thing to just close it out. I think they wanted to do different things, and then they must have a problem with John Paul Jones too, because remember when Plant and Page did their reunion back in the 90s, and then they didn't invite John Paul Jones, the bass player. Yeah, that was weird. And he was on the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame saying, "Hey guys, my number is listed. Call me." I don't know. I have a feeling they just didn't get along that well, and it was a good excuse to break up the band. But hey, there's always a backstory. Jennifer's still there. Jennifer, I hope you're feeling better. Your favorite song from Guns N' Roses is November Rain. Yeah, that is a nice song. It's kind of like a slow ballad. Um, Lisa C saw Petty with Stevie Nicks, Paul Simon, Dylan McCartney at the Greek, but they totally remodeled it. Yeah, they did kind of remodel the Greek, but it still has that same kind of feel to it. They have some other entrances for VIP. I think they have the Redwood Lounge or something for the high rollers there. Um, John Paul Jones was the most talented musician in that band. Yeah, he was amazing, and he still is. I would just like to, I heard that they offered Zeppelin $15 million to get together for Desert Trip back in 2016, and they turned it down. It's crazy. On the other hand, Paul Simon was willing to do it. He was willing and able to do it, but they didn't ask him to do it, and he got really pissed off. Oh, good. I'm glad Jennifer is feeling better. We have Jennifer with us. She is in chat tonight. She was a little under the weather, so we're just glad that she's here today. And she loves. What other songs do you like, Jennifer? I know she likes November Rain. That's probably the best Guns N' Roses. Um, didn't like somebody from one of those groups fall down, and it wasn't really funny. He fell down, and I think he broke his hip or something. When I think it was Guns N' Roses. Somebody sent me a video of it. I didn't put it on. I just didn't. It didn't seem like it was. You were able to tell what was going on. It was just a guy standing on the stage, and all of a sudden he was off. But yeah, it's. I hope he feels better. Oh, I think it was Motley Crue. It was one of the guys from Motley Crue. I get those guys mixed up sometimes. That those heavy metal bands, but I think it was somebody from there. John Paul Jones. Where I came here to learn about ingenuous rock. Okay, there's like a Crystal channel on YouTube. They keep sending me these videos. This guy is like showing you all these interesting rock formations. I mean, the guy's like on all the time. I think it's called Shat Crystal or something like that. SHAT Crystal, and he's constantly streaming. Um, Good. I'm glad you're here. Where are you, radio? Where where are you in radio? Oh, were you in radio? Okay. CB radio. That was my first foray into radio. Was when I was a kid. I had a CB radio. Breaker, breaker. It was like the party line back then. So I did a lot of broadcasting on CB and sideband. But as far as DJing, it's all been like clubs and small private parties, things like that, singles events. That's really where most of the bar mitzvahs, weddings. Those are, and I do live music too. So I would have liked to have gone into radio, but I think you have to move to like Bakersfield or something. That's what Richard Blade did to make it. Uh, I like YouTube. You can just you can work out of your home, and go on location. You don't have to worry about station managers and things like that. Jenny, please give me your number. I think her number is 8675309. And we have Michelle is here. Michelle, one of my favorite live streamers, is here. I'm going to shout her out. Michelle, official. She is so funny. You had the funniest post on YouTube. It was about some guy trying to hit it off with his girlfriend, and it showed reality and what his expectations were. It was really funny. If you get the chance to see her on Instagram, it's a really funny post. Yeah, good evening. Rock and roll. There you go. Um, you have a degree in broadcast. Where did you broadcast, Lisa? Um, where did you broadcast? Were you on? Because that's cool. I always kind of wanted to do it. People told me, hey, you got the voice, you should do it. but I always kept the straight and narrow, and I went into, like, the 8 to 5 teaching. I taught in private school and public school for a couple decades, and now I'm doing some other kind of stuff. The guy who wrote the song Jenny lives in Mill Valley. Um, I worked in Eugene Caval TV. Wow, that's cool. Are you still working radio? There's DJ Selene, all the way from Brazil. Hi, I've been trying to get DJ Selene on the phone this evening, but I couldn't get a hold of her, so I have to do a live stream to get a hold of her. I think you got some fans out there. You got Michelle is shouting you out. That's right. Um, Jennifer saying hi to DJ Selene. She is in Sao Paulo, Brazil right now. That's what I love about YouTube chats, because you can bring people together from all over the place. Um, I used to do chats when I started. We did live streams with we did it with DJ Selene, and she was like a spin-off. That's why she got her name. Because anybody who comes on my show becomes DJ, whatever your name is. So, like, we have DJ Jennifer tonight with us, and DJ Selene and DJ Dallas, and that's right. So she started a channel, but she doesn't. She's not really a DJ. She does teaching. So she does teaches you all about education, and she writes books, and really cool, really great educator. Um, he had the tune in his head, saw a number in the bathroom wall, not the one in the song. That's that number 8675309. That sometimes people have that number and then they auction it off to people in different area codes, and it goes for a lot of money. I mean, that would be a pretty cool number. I mean, imagine if I had that. You've called 8675309, and Jenny is not here right now. She's indisposed. That's right. So DJ Selene is she's the one who really, I have to credit her and a couple other people for just getting me to do this, because they said, you have such a love for music, you got to, like, share it with other people. And I love rare music, stuff that you're not going to hear everywhere, rare versions, concerts. So that's the kind of stuff that we try to focus on here, and maybe information you might not have heard about. Crimson flames tied through my ears, rolling high in mighty traps. I was so much older then. I'm younger than that now. I was just listening to that song today. That's how I know it. Um, that was the album was The Byrds that I was listening to. It might have something to do with Bob Dylan, but I was listening to a lot of Byrd songs today. They were a great band from the 60s. Thin Lizzy. The boys are back in town. Jailbreak. Thin Lizzy, the lead vocalist, influenced Prince a lot, and so did David Lee Roth. That's right. John Maquette is here. John Maquette is hilarious. She's on TikTok. She's on YouTube. Share your link, please. All you people we have all these cool YouTubers here, which I would like to get on my show, but I'm having a hard time with the camera on my computer. So I'm glad they're here in chat. But Tamsak, that means thumbs up. And I'm going to say something in Tagalog. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, but I'll say Ang galing mo, which means you are awesome. John Maquette is so funny. She has so many funny videos and live streams. If you get a chance, go to watch her. She's in the Philippines, and she has a beautiful home which overlooks, I think, a golf course. It's really cool. Dylan wrote my back pages. There you go. That's why I was listening to the Byrds play Bob Dylan. So that's why I heard that today. What a coincidence. I had a Beatles 45 with Ain't She Sweet on side A, and another band was on side B. I wish I still had it. Wow. Those were probably like those oldie singles where they would put different groups on the same single or something. It's kind of interesting. Or was that other group that they did before they joined the Beatles? I forget his name. There was a guy that they were playing with. DJ Seleni, somebody mega love shout out to you. That's right. John Miquette is shouting you out, and I'm so glad we've kept our friends on YouTube. It's been so hard during the pandemic to get out, and see people, and we've always managed to socialize on live stream. You saw the Birds. Wow. The Birds were an amazing group. They had, I believe David Crosby was with them at one point, and Tom Petty was very influenced by the Birds. Bob Dylan and the Birds were his big influence. At the trip of the, hello everyone, greetings from Argentina. Hey, hola, amigo. I'm on train right now to Texas to see the Stones. Wow, my heart is melting on fire. That's commitment. He's going all the way from Argentina. And by the way, Iguazu Falls is beautiful. That borders Brazil and Argentina. John Miquette is here. Stephen said Dylan wrote my back pages. That's right. And you're at the trip in the day. Can somebody tell me about some of the best concerts that they've ever seen? Maybe in the chat, just tell us what some of the best live shows you've seen through the years. I can start off by while you're typing. The best lineup I've ever seen. It was kind of like a mini Woodstock. Was Desert Trip, and that's out in Indio, and it was at the Coachella site. They had Rolling Stones, Bob Dylan on one night, and then they had McCartney and Neil Young the second night, and the third night was Roger Waters from Pink Floyd, and they also had let's see, Roger Waters from Pink Floyd, and then they had The Who. 3-day festival. It was incredible. Concert West was amazing too. It had Fleetwood Mac, the Eagles, Journey, Earth, Wind and Fire, Steely Dan. Yeah, that was an amazing concert as well. Just like a festival, like a 2-day festival on that one. And it was held at Dodger Stadium. But there's just been a lot of great ones coming up. Pat Travers in Nazareth, that John said was his favorite. And we have Cassia. Thank you so much, Cassia, for sticking with us. You were here the other night, last couple nights when we were doing our live streaming, and Neil Diamond does count because Neil Diamond was an amazing performer. I talked about him when we were at the Greek Theater. He really gave that place a name. I mean, boy, it was just like it was just a rite of passage to go to a Neil Diamond concert. I think he was one of the best, really. I think he was better live than he was in the studio. He was good in the studio too. Yardbirds over at the Shrine. Frank Zappa at the Shrine. Cream, both concerts. Santa Monica Auditorium. Wow, Lisa, you've been to some amazing shows. I would have loved to seen some of these groups that you're mentioning here, and definitely big fan of Cream and the Yardbirds. 1978 RFK Stadium, Leonard Skinnard. Wow, you got to see Skinnard. Incredible. I saw their final tour, the Street Survivors tour, a couple weeks ago. Was really good. Maybe we'll try to put it up on a stream or something like that. You were at the Dylan anniversary concert. Speaking of my back pages, Live Aid Philadelphia. Wow. Concert for George. You've been in some of the best lineups there is. I mean, it's hard to. Hey, Les Sancho, thank you so much for the super sticker. Wow, that is so generous of you. We have with us a tremendous guest, Les Sancho. He is the king of stream, and I'm so honored to have him on our live stream on Rock Talk. If you get a chance, he usually streams over the weekend, and he's got a lot of cool videos. He is on. He does a lot of great videos about travel, and he's always taking his family places, and then giving us a peek at what those are, and going to parties. DJ Slaney is saying hi, and we got Wolfgang Productions. She puts up very cool videos as well. But Les Sancho is always my idol. You know, it's like he would get on the weekends. He'd be on for like 5 or 6 hours. I don't know how he did it. You know, I he's amazing, and he's always so nice to everybody, shouting everybody out. He really helped me a lot getting started, and I always have a fond place. Thank you so much for the super sticker. That is so cool. And we have someone from Chile here today. Chile. I'm glad you like the videos. That's cool. Less it's time you do a LS, my friend. Say hello to DJ Seleni. That's right. We haven't done an LS, and I have to thank Jennifer for this because she's the one who kind of encouraged me to do this. I don't usually do that many LSs on camera, but Jennifer C, you know, we've been talking about it, and tonight's the night we got to do it. The Who Tommy, the original. Look at all these great shows you guys have seen. DJ Jerry, how about another live at the Promenade? That sounds good. We are going to show the best of the Rolling Stones 2021 tour just as soon as this live stream wraps up. So it'll be on a different stream though, but it'll be coming up soon. Les Sancho says you are doing a great job on your videos. I'm so happy for you. That is so awesome. Thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate it. I just love music, and I said, you know what? I'm gonna sit down and put out as many videos as we can, you know. And I've been releasing videos every day, at least a couple a day, for a couple months. I think since August. You know, I've just been. Sorry, guys. I just got so many ideas. Sometimes I'm just watching something, and it just I got to put a video out on that. I got to share it with my friends. So, thank you so much. Les Sancho is just awesome. He's a big fan of concerts, and he loves the uploads. I'm so glad you like him. We'll keep you guys going about all the big concerts we can, and try to share it with you. Who in 2006, also Elton John, Madonna, The Clash, Riley Moore, saw all these. Thanks for the Stones, RS Zulu, and Wolfgang Productions. She's a YouTuber, guys. She's got some unusual videos up there. They're just fun, And I love her rants. She just gets fed up about something and she does a rant. You're amazing. Stones in Tampa tomorrow. That's right. We're going to try to get a stream going. We're going to try to find some footage of somebody in Tampa who's broadcasting somewhere from, a radio station or from a cardboard box somewhere. We're just happy to see any images from the Stone concert, whatever they come. Some of them come in really nice, and, we'll clean it up for you the next day. We'll find you better versions of it. But tomorrow we're going to try to find, I think the Stone show will probably start, I'm thinking about 5:30, 5:45 maybe. That's Pacific Standard Time, because they're going to be in the East Coast of America. They're going to be in Florida. You met John Mellencamp, Wolfgang. How did you meet John Mellencamp? Glass Spider Tour. That was so cool. Glass Spider Tour with David Bowie. That's right. And Peter Frampton and guitar. I love that show. It was so theatrical. I am going to try to move this over here. What is DJ Dallas up to? DJ Dallas is getting ready for the next stream, which is the best of the Rolling Stones 2021 tour. There's a video of you with John Mellencamp. What video is that, Wolfgang Productions? And somebody said that their dad was friends with John Lennon. I got to go back to that comment. I invited DJ Dallas to come on the stream, but he didn't come on for some reason. He's too busy uploading some cool videos. So we'll see what he comes up with later. Clash, Blondie, Pistols, Santana, Bowie, The Stones, Toronto. Saw Glass Spider Tour in Giant Stadium. That was my first Bowie show. Yeah, I saw Bowie's 1983 Serious Moonlight concert at the Forum. I'm trying to move this over so I can see your questions without blocking out the video here. Okay. I think less. How do you do your concert video without having to get a copyright issue? Good question about the videos. Most of them, I would say 95% of them or so, are what they call claimed videos, and YouTube has pretty good computers. They can pick up, if you're using copyrighted music. So what I do is it's a monetized channel, so I share 50% of the advertisement with the Rolling Stones or whatever band I'm showing. So that's how you get around it. You just have to be careful about it. Most of these concerts are fine. Some of them are blocked completely for eligibility. Like if it's something that appeared on a TV show or a movie or DVD, that stuff you're not really eligible. But if it's just something that somebody filmed, that you can usually get 50% sharing. So, and they'll tell you right away what the situation is if you can do it. But that's a really good question. You can definitely do that. Once in a while, you can get striked. So there is a risk. But to me, I feel it's a calculated risk because, you can't worry about it. If you get a strike, you got 3 months, and then you go to copyright school, and then it disappears. So, it's stupid to strike me though, because I will, sometimes I give them 100% of the advertisement or 50% of it. So I don't know why they would want to strike me and get zero money. The Stones are smart. They they take the 50% cut. But that's a good question. So don't feel bad about watching my videos, guys. The copyright people are getting they're getting residuals for it. So there's no problem with that. They're happy about it. So they see me out there filming most of the time. They're pretty happy to see me. All right. So you've had a few of those too. Yeah. Most of the concert, like I said, most of the concert stuff, you have to be careful about like people who like reposting these street musicians. Or like if somebody did a handheld video of something, like they went in and they filmed somebody singing in their living room or something. But most of the videos from Instagram are okay, or most of the videos from YouTube. But once in a while, yeah, you'll get a wacko that will just strike you. But my son tells me, like, how many people really lose their channel anyway? It's like some of that is just scare tactics. Anyway, Irish Gorilla, hi. Music makes a video. That's what I feel like. There's so many people, like, they do like a music channel, and they're scared to play music. So they talk about music, and that's all they do is they'll just talk about music. But at least play a little snippet or something. That's what I try to do. And even if I have to share the revenue or lose all the revenue, to me, it's worth it to put out something with music. You're absolutely right, Wolfgang. Music makes the video. So, all you YouTubers out there, don't be afraid of it. Embrace it. Sub up Dennis Ramsay, famous folk artist. Yeah, well, use this opportunity to connect with other YouTubers, definitely. How do I ask for permission to play the Stones? You don't ask, sweetheart. You just do it, and you put you can put a credit like special thanks to the Stones because try to get a hold of somebody from copyright. You'll be on the phone for quite a while. You don't really ask. You just play it, and then immediately they're going to tell you it's claimed, most likely, and you give them 50%, or they'll take 50% of whatever advertising you get. So I don't think you really need to contact anybody. You just do it and give them credit on your video. I'm happy to see you. That's right. Irish Gorilla. Welcome, Irish Gorilla. Thank you so much for coming. And Cassia, if you get one strike, it's 3 months before you can get any. No, it's not. That's not true. There's really, if you just have one strike, you can't. I think the only thing you can't do is get in the advertising thing. You want to do a special advertising with YouTube, but your channel will function fine. I think if you get two strikes in 3 months, then they may suspend your streaming privileges or something. I don't know, something like that. Thank God I've never gotten two strikes in a 3 month period. But you can contact the people, but most of them are a bunch of morons. Really, I don't think they can read. They're like, "What? You didn't give me credit? Did you see the video? You had credit." Oh, I don't believe you, whatever. It's They'll give you the person's email and you can ask them to take the strike off, but it's not, most of the time it's like talking to the wall. They're not good business people because they could be getting all the residuals from your video. They're stupid. I like the color of your hair. What shade is it? I think it's auburn brown. Thank you, whoever said that. Um, Cassia is saying hi to DJ Selene, and on JTV, I used to be allowed playing music. Stones were awesome. Yes, they were. And Mick blew my mind. Yeah, I mean, that guy is like a superhero. How is he able to just move around like that? I saw Greta Van Fleet. I put the live stream up the other night. They're in like in early 20s. They don't have the energy of a 78-year-old Mick Jagger. I'm sorry. They just don't. I don't know of any other band that does, to tell you the truth. Um, oh, oh, that was Wolfgang. Yeah, well, thank you. And then Vita in Boston and Cassia says, I believe that Rolling Stone. I think she believes the part where I was saying that these people are not good businessmen who strike you. Um, and most people, I feel like YouTubers should be like friends, you know, and you if you borrow, you give it back or whatever it is. It's not like we're out there to compete with each other. I think we should help each other. That's my opinion. I see some people borrow my stuff. I go on their thing. I said, nice video, guy. Looks familiar. What can I tell you? I subscribe. I'm not encouraging that, but I'm never going to strike anybody. Why? Why would I do that? It's stupid. Les Sancho, Led Zeppelin, Savoy Brown, Jethro Tull at 1969 at Connecticut Playground on St. Clark, Chicago. Those are some of the concerts you've seen. Wow. You've been to some amazing ones. Wow. Zeppelin, Jethro Tull. What's the next project, DJ Jerry? That's a good question. What I I was trying to do was I had some really cool, like, short video segments about the Rolling Stones, like all these really interesting topics, like Mick Jagger's girlfriend committed suicide, a few years back. I don't know, things like that, just tons of things. And I was going to do little videos about that, like voiceover and stuff, but I just never got around to it. I'm so busy doing other stuff. Also, what I'd like to do is find more unreleased Stones music because it seems like we got a good response to that. The Stones, they throw away better songs than most bands keep. Let's put it this way. There's tons of stuff floating around, so I'm going to try to find some more. I put up a couple of them this week. If you go back and look at them, there's some really good songs. Like, these were recorded in 1997. So I would like to do some more, maybe find some more really good unreleased Rolling Stones songs. Um, Wolfgang is looking for friends, so please friend her. Go to her channel and and follow her awesome content. Follow DJ Selene. We got bunch of YouTubers out there. I'm not sure if Les Sancho is here, but please become his friend. He's an awesome team player. And Wolfgang Productions, Mellencamp came out with a new cool song. I forget that. Didn't Mellencamp and Springsteen do a duet together recently? It should have gotten more fanfare. It's pretty interesting having the two. I think they played in concert together also. Worship, Dr. John and the Night Tripper, Pink Floyd. You've seen some good bands. That's Lisa. You like Faraway Eyes, The Stones. Yeah, I like that song. I like that country feel that Mick Jagger puts into it. I did a video on it about a month ago. The Girl with Faraway Eyes. He's got a great southern accent, which reminds me of another guy with a great southern accent is John Fogerty. He grew up in San Francisco, and he spent about a month or two, or maybe a year in the South, and he's got a southern accent for life. Les Sancho is still here, and Wolfgang Productions is thanking me for the big shout out. I hope she gets a lot more people to watch her video. She's just down to earth, great videos, fun to watch, fun to hang out with. Same thing with Les Sancho. And Stones have a new song released, Desperate Men. Desperate Man, I think. That one actually was from 1997, from the Bridges to Babylon tour. So I'm not sure when they're releasing that one, but you're right, I did a video. I found all these cool pictures of Mick Jagger with all these, people like that were celebrities and all these different women. And it's just kind of ironic that he's singing a song about being a desperate man and he has all these, ooh. I spelled your name wrong. I'm sorry. And I couldn't find it today. I was looking for your live stream. It's with one G. I was putting two G's and I was seeing all these rap guys. But Miss Muggs is great. She's another down to earth, funny person who does live streaming almost every day. Have you ever done any Rush? Miss Muggs is a great team player. I'm glad to see that Cassia is saying hello and DJ Selene is saying hi. Tom Sawyer by Rush, some of the greatest musicians. Do you know how Geddy Lee got his name Geddy? Geddy Lee's real name, from Rush was Gary, but his mother was from Europe, so she'd say Geddy, 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 and that's how he got the name Geddy Lee. She couldn't pronounce Gary. Interesting. He just told that in an interview recently. Thought it was really interesting. Wow, I've been following this band for years. I didn't no idea what his real name was. Anyways, it's really Gary. DJ Selene is getting a shout out from Miss Muggs. A whole lot of road. Riley Moore says hello. Have you ever heard of a cat named Townes Van Zandt? My son is really into him. I think he's a blues guy. What I found interesting is Rick James was in a band with Neil Young called the Mynah Birds. That's right. That was in the 60s. Neil Young and the king of funk, Rick James, and they were roommates, I understand, too. It would have been cool if they would have continued to play together. I heard Desperate Man, heard for the first. It's a good song, isn't it, Mike? Desperate Man. No, you're not a clown, Miss Bugs. You're funny because you say funny stuff, and she's so humble. What happened to Bob Dylan? I wonder. Yeah, I'm not sure why he didn't continue touring in L.A., but I think he's touring elsewhere right now. He was supposed to play the Hollywood Bowl in 2020, but because of the pandemic, it was shut down. And we have Tudo Sobre Radio is here. The great voice of Brazilian radio, guys. Make sure you get a chance to make sure that you get a chance to go visit Tudo Sobre Radio. He is amazing, great voice, and he's so nice. Please connect with him. He's saying Tudo bem. That means how are you? Você DJ Selene is in Sao Paulo. And we have a new member. Thank you. We've got Mary. Welcome to the family. That's right. The DJ Jerry from Starlight Music family. Welcome to Skybox. Thank you so much. All the people that then becoming members and super stickers. I know Miss Les Sancho. Thank you so much. Mary Lazan, welcome to Skybox. Eric Clapton concerts, will you be filming? That has got to stop. New song. Maybe. He hasn't come to LA, but maybe I can get some of his videos from other places. I think he played in Texas or something. Wow. Tudo Sobre Radio is here, and you're right, I hardly ever do live streaming. You saw Dylan several times with his current band. The first time I ever saw Dylan was, I believe, with Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. And then I saw him with the Grateful Dead back in the 80s. I'm so glad Tudo Sobre Radio is here. The great voice of Brazilian radio, one of the most awesome people, friendly, sociable, personable. Tudo Sobre Radio, você fantástico. What can I say? I don't know Portuguese that well, but Eric Clapton songs. Somebody said, is Eric Clapton racist? It seems silly that he would be when he based his whole music on African American blues people, but I don't know. I think he said some things that were racist. I'm not sure if he is one or not. I mean, he was intoxicated back in the 80s when he had his rants, and he's been saying some off color. I think he should just kind of lay off the race stuff. That's my personal opinion. Just get back into the music. And Bob Dylan claims he will tour in 2024. Wow. The never ending tour is never ending. I think he's going to be like 83 years old in 2024. That's right. We are all family here. And music is the international language. It's what brings us all together. Bat City stuff. Bat City used to be here when we would live stream like 2 years ago. Tom Petty was great. That was my first concert, the Hard Promises tour. And Stevie Nicks joined him. Mary is here, and Kingston, New Brunswick, Canada, next to Maine. Welcome, Mary. Thank you so much for being a member. That is so awesome of you. I really appreciate it. And yeah, I'm a big fan of Tudo Sobre Radio. I think he pronounces it Tudo Sobre Radio because in Brazil the R is an H sound. Simon and Garfunkel in the 60s again at Dodger Stadium for a reunion tour. Wow. I would have loved to seen them. I've seen them apart, but never together. Yes, music. It's something that bonds us together. Thank you. Yeah, that's right. I'm glad you guys are able to check out the Rolling Stones. And even if you're not able to go, we can kind of hang out as a community. It's so nice when we're live streaming and commenting. Well, he wonders if Paul McCartney will tour in 2022. I believe so. I'm not going to say for sure, but I'm thinking he will. And you saw Tom Petty. Les Sancho saw Tom Petty in Seattle. Wow, that is awesome. I saw Tom Petty back in the early 2000s also at the Forum. I wanted to see his last show, but I just wasn't able to get down there. I really regret it. I said, "Oh, I'll see him next time." That's why you got to go. You know, when there's these shows, you never know. No one's promised it tomorrow, so don't push it off. If you get a chance to go see one of these legends, see him. Summer Breeze. That's a great song. Blowing through the jasmine in my mind. Jan Zimmy, thank you for your recent streams. I've enjoyed. Well, thanks. We're gonna stream the best of the Rolling Stones tonight after this live stream ends. Dallas has been putting together an amazing reel of all these really cool Stone songs, and especially songs that they only played like once in their tour. Will the Stones tour again? I believe so. Who is this guy in the video? I don't know. I saw the Stones for the first time when they came to Chile. Voodoo Lounge in '95 was like a dream. Wow, that is so cool. Great thing about the Stones, they've been all around the world. They even played in what was that concert that they did recently? Maybe about 5 years ago. They were the first bands there. Josie and the Pussycats, cartoon bands, battle it out in a movie. You can see Jagger touring solo. Okay. I think he gets more people when he's with the Stones. I don't know if he's going to do that anymore. Unless he goes to Japan, they'll pack in arenas to see him there. Well, it was 20 years ago. You probably saw him around the time I did. And we have Mary here. I saw Max Webster. I'm going to try to pull. This stream is going very fast, so I'm going to try to pull it up a little bit so I can read some of the ones that I missed. That's weird. It's not pulling up. There it is. Tudo Sobre Hadio wants to know when I do. Most of our live streams are at night. In LA time, I would say around 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And I can see Jagger touring solo. And I saw Max Webster and Rush. Wow, you got to see, because you're in Montreal, I believe. And Tudo Sobre Hadio says, Un grande abrazo. That's a big hug for DJ Seleni and DJ Jerry. Domir mais, Voltaire mais, vezes aqui. I think he's saying he needs to go to sleep. It's very late in Brazil. It's like 4 hours later. It's probably like 2 a.m. or something. So, boa noite, Tudo Sobre Hadio. Thank you so. We got all the legends here tonight. We got DJ Seleni, Les Sancho, Tudo Sobre Hadio. I mean, all these amazing people. I can't believe you came to visit me here on this stream. That's awesome. And yeah, Jagger he did a couple tours. I think he toured in the early 90s also. He wasn't able to play such big places. I think, even groups like Kiss and the Stones, when these people tour by themselves, they do not get the audience that they get for the band. And let's see, Reel to Reel. All right. Also went to the Whiskey a Go-Go, the Troubadour, the Hullabaloo, got busted for curfew. Wow, you're a you're a bad girl. You've done it all. That's awesome. Rock and Roll Rebel. Brock Snyder is here with us today, and DJ Slaney says, "Obrigado, Tudo Sobre Hadio." Thank you so much. Hopefully, we'll get the chance to see one of your streams soon. I know Tudo Sobre Hadio is the king of Brazilian stream. He really is. He's great. Obrigado. And then let's see. Will Mick Taylor be on this tour? I doubt it. I don't think they got along with him that well. Him and the other guy, the bass player, Bill Wyman. I don't think any of these guys are going to be on, but you never know. I never say never. Bat City stuff. Maybe they'll be there for the 60th tour. They might do a stint. They want Bill Wyman said they let me do one song. That was it. It was like, that's it. If you leave the group, you don't get to play more than one song. I'm only 20. They had a lot of guests on the 50th tour, so I'm hoping they will be back in. Somebody thinks I look like Mick Taylor. Okay, I'll take that. The mystery of the Rolling Stones. Will they not tour again? They've been, talking about the Rolling Stones not touring for the last 40 years. So I'm gonna say they're gonna rock till they drop. What do you think? Or till they can't do it anymore. And it looks like they still got some many years, hopefully, ahead of them of healthy touring years. And the mystery of the Rolling Stones. Did anyone hear the band Big Daddy? I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with them. They have the 60th coming up. Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young free at Winterland after the Holy Man Jam in Golden Gate. Wow, that would be cool. Mick Taylor played a few shows last time. That hair belongs in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Okay. Uh, Cassia, men need to grow their hair long again. There you go. That's right. Um, you know, um, you may be right. Let's hope. Anita Pallenberg is the hottest. I don't know what she looks like today, but she was Brian Jones and Keith Richards' girlfriend. She was the hottest groupie ever. Wow. Les Sancho is still in the house. Please connect with Les Sancho. Dennis Ramsey, great show, Dennis Ramsey. All right, he's a folk artist. Connect with Dennis Ramsey. I think he's doing some good folk stuff. Who could afford a haircut? Now you're talking. DJ Selene. Well, Anita is dead now. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. I haven't been following her career since the 60s. Keith Richards will be 92 years old for the 75th anniversary tour. Miss Muggs is still here. Thank you, Miss Muggs. And she's eating organic. She's really eating healthy. So God bless you. Pallenberg passed away a few years ago. Wow. My best friend is the youngest person to work for the Oak Ridge Boys as their lighting director. It's awesome. That's cool. I'm seeing so many of our old friends from streaming a couple years ago. Jerry Meadows liked very much your stream of Greta Van Fleet. By the crowd's response, there is no doubt a thirst for new young rock. Yeah, I think we need more people playing rock. There's a lot of younger people still like rock music, so it's good to see. They definitely have. They sounded a little like Rush. They were doing a little bit of Beatles, even though I hadn't heard a lot of these songs. That they sounded familiar because they would kind of borrow a little bit here and there, a riff here and there from Zeppelin. I am a Warren Zevon fan. I saw him at the House of Blues in the early, I would say late 90s. And Jackson Browne showed up. That was so cool. He sang a song about Jackson Browne, and boom, there he was. Um, yeah, I think he also did Muhammad's Radio. I'm a big Warren Zevon fan. That's right. Don't let him cut your hair. You have really nice hair, Wolfgang. Just keep it long. Um, Anita Pallenberg passed away, unfortunately, in 2017. Great interview with Anita on the 60s Stones. Don't miss it. Okay, I'll try to check that out. Don't panic. It's organic. I like that. Miss Muggs. By the way, please connect with Miss Muggs and you will not be disappointed. She has a lot of cool streams just about every day. Miss Muggs, do you do anything other than stream? Because you're on like for about 6 hours a day. Do you? I mean, Is that your main job? Because she's got a lot of followers, so it might be. I saw the Stones back in '75 in Rich Stadium, New York, waiting to see Santana. Where's you guys have seen some amazing shows? Any news on Dave Davies and his brother? They were talking about getting together recently, so let's see if that actually happens. I heard they were going to get together before the pandemic. What bad timing, right, guys? Timothy Leary was there. We partied at the Family Dog. I saw Big Brother and the Holding Company. Wow, they were Janis Joplin's backup band. Michael Bloomberg band, but it's fine for him to say the P word. I'm not sure what that is referring to. Greta at Red Rocks. I heard that show was really good. Greta Van Fleet at Red Rocks. Saw the Stones when Mick Taylor was with them. Wow, back in the Chicago Amphitheater. Get your yayas out. Um, and Wolfgang Productions. Yeah, she has that. You have that Chrissy Hines kind of those bangs and it's I like your hairstyle. R.S. Zulu said, I saw Warren Zevon at the State Theater in St. Pete. Died. Yeah, he died of cancer. It was really a shame. They did a nice tribute album to him. At the moment, you just live stream. That is awesome. You are committed, and we are committed to following Miss Muggs on her live streams and all her cool videos. Dan Fogelberg, one of my all-time favorites. Yeah, I like that song he did. Another Old Lang Syne. Did another one. It was like around 1980. It was kind of a rock song. I can't remember the name of it. I'm gonna have to pull this stream back a little bit because I want to get to all your messages. Meteor shower. Sorry, I brought it up. What did you bring up? I don't remember. How many more years do you think it would take until Kiss gets the Bohemian Rhapsody style movie treatment? I would love to see a Hollywood movie. Yeah, you're right. I was thinking about the same thing. Kiss is so theatrical. Why don't they have a Kiss bio bioflick? They have an interesting story, you know. They were like these misfits, Paul Stanley and Gene Simmons, you know, and all of a sudden they became these rock stars, you know. It became the in crowd. I got a chance to meet both of those guys. They're interesting, I'll tell you. Not a lack of ego going on anywhere there. Anyway, thanks so much for the Stones. Ruth Sanchez is here. I love them. Greetings. Yeah, greetings from Mexico. Hola. I'm so glad you got the chance to see the Stones because they aren't going to Mexico this tour. Maybe they will go next time they tour. But this is just the U.S. leg of the tour. So I'm glad you got a chance to see it. Partly why I want you guys to see it is because there's so much of this negative talk, like, oh, they should retire. Why? You know, they're still great. They don't need to retire. I don't think Mick Jagger really reads those comments anyway. He's on his own. They're on their own thing. They're like, they do what they want to do. They don't care what the fans are telling them to do. If they listened to the fans, they would have retired 40 years ago. They were being called old when they were in their 30s. I kid you not. So, yeah. Anyway, they're very well loved, and I wanted you guys to see how great they were in concert. So I'm glad we were able to capture it and kind of memorialize it on my channel so that you can always go back and watch all these cool Stones concerts, either individually as songs or as a full group, or some of the it's really interesting, some of their Saturday Night Live appearances and their interviews. I've been trying to show some of those too. Can he see the comments? I'm reading old comments, so I'm just trying to get to everybody's. Let's see. It's 12 a.m. here. Cassia, I'm going to say goodnight to you. I know it's kind of late in Brazil. I lose track of the time because I'm having so much fun, but we're just glad when you're here. You know, whenever you can make it, we're always happy that you're here. And no judgments. Apple bottom jeans. Okay, let's see. Okay, so I'm gonna go back and see if I can. I think I skipped through a whole lot of your comments. It says here. Miss Muggs live streams 3 hours Wednesday and Sunday. I went to so many concerts with my brother back in the day. Wow, that is cool. And that was Wolfgang Productions. John McSmith says Mick Jagger's tongue kissed Woody in 1978. Has anyone seen that footage? You know, the reason why you haven't seen too much of it is because SNL blocks a lot of their videos and they don't put everything up there. So that's why I have to cut so much of it when I'm showing SNL, because they won't allow, they block it. They won't let you show it. So I have to do it in a fair use way. People are, you crazy? Why are you cutting it so much? Well, it's that or you don't see it. That's it. Take your choice. So I'm gonna try to find. Maybe I can try to. I have the actual performances. That I have the rehearsals of Saturday Night Live when they were on '78, and I have the performances. Or they did three songs. They did "Beast of Burden," "Shattered," and I think they did "Respectable." And that's when that incident happened with Ronnie Wood. I think some of it was he was like trying to fit into Studio 54 or something. I don't know. It was a whole kind of a crazy time period. The gay 70s, the sizzling 70s. And, but anyway, I'm going to try to get some of those shows from Saturday Night Live. And if I have to, I might have to cut them or something, but at least we can show some of it. Um, Let me see who else wrote comments here. My boyfriend was Rocky Scully, manager of the Grateful Dead, briefly when he organized Altamont, but he wouldn't let me on the helicopter to the gig with the Stones. Ah, bum! He should have let you on. What kind of boyfriend is he? I guess he probably couldn't. He was working. Ruth Sanchez is here. Ruth Sanchez, I believe, is from Mexico. We welcome her to this stream. Meteor shower. How many more years do you think the Stones will do the concert thing? I think maybe 10 more years. Uh, let's hope 10 or more. Um, Apple bottom jeans. I wanted to roam around the city, but apparently we are still locked down here. And Miss Muggs is from the Philippines. I think she's somewhere near Manila, if I'm correct. Wolfgang grew out her bangs because I'm staying home a lot these days. My brother won't bangs it anymore. Oh, they look fine. You don't need to cut them. Can't believe Gene hasn't sold a Kiss movie. That's a great point. Yeah, I mean, it's like, is there something he hasn't sold? I mean, he's got the Kiss as a drink pod. That's something you draw the line. Like my wife lets me bring a lot of rock and roll paraphernalia, but I don't think she'd let me bring a Kiss coffin into the living room. Right? I think that would be going a little too far. That's more of like a single guy thing. I think. Anyway, it's a refrigerated coffin. It's really cool. Um, but I don't think we have room for it in our house. It's a little morbid. Would love to see Mick and Keith telling tour in 2022, similar to what Dave Grohl is doing right now. I love Dave Grohl. He's doing like the Bee Gees. Did you hear him doing like song from Saturday Night Fever? I think he was doing Staying Alive recently. It's a really nice version. He kind of stayed true to the original. I'm happy you found this channel too, Wolfgang. I'm so glad. Um, Kiss was the first concert I went to in Memphis back in the 70s. Why don't they do a Broadway show of Billy Idol songs? That's a no-brainer. That's true. I was thinking these rock stars, their greatest hits would be so awesome. You would pack them in with any of these guys. I know Billy Joel has done one, and ABBA, and Queen, and The Who, but they had a couple other ones. They had Carole King. We saw Miami Sound. What was that group? I don't know, so many different ones. It tells like the story of them, how they made it big. Donna Summer. They had a musical about her. Um, and it says DJ Jerry and DJ Selene. I go to sleep now. It's 12 a.m. Go to sleep. Pleasant dreams. Thank you for coming, Cassia. What do they want to do? That's why they canceled Brown Sugar. Well, they didn't give it up completely. Mick Jagger said maybe he would revisit the old girl someday. That's what he. Brown Sugar was written about the woman that Mick Jagger had a baby with in the early 70s. He has an African American child, and he wrote this song that is really, the Stones have never been politically correct. Let's put it this way. They wrote a song that it's kind of a happy song about slavery. It's kind of weird. They said it was the lyrics. I always thought the lyrics, and even Mick Jagger said it in '95. The lyrics were inappropriate. So I'm surprised. I'm surprised it's lasted this long. Um, but it's still got a great rhythm. A lot of people like it. They don't even know what the song's about. And Well, I guess so. I mean, we're used to the Stones standing up to all this pressure, societal pressure, but maybe I think Mick Jagger realized that the lyrics were inappropriate. There's an interview from '95 where he talks about it. So, but it was fun, when he would do the song, they would go woo, and the whole audience would do like the wave. I saw him at Dodger Stadium, and it was just amazing watching everybody get up off their feet and jump up in the air. What is your opinion of the upcoming ABBA concert as avatars and not as themselves? I wasn't aware that they are going to be avatars. That's weird. Are they trying to make themselves look younger or what? They look like ABBA's grandparents right now. I'm not sure. They waited too long to get back together. They offered these guys like billions of dollars, and I don't know what the heck. They were all married to. It's kind of like Fleetwood Mac. They were married to each other or dating each other, and then they broke up and they just couldn't stand each other anymore. So that's how the band broke up. But I'm glad to get them in any. I didn't realize they're going to be avatars. I'm going to have to review more about that. I just read the upcoming beginning articles on their touring. I did a video about it too, but I didn't get into a lot of the details like avatars. That's interesting. Jerry, you got a nice name there. You spell it right too. Gerry. There you go. Lanny McLeod, your videos have saved me. So glad I found you the first time. I won't go to a stone store. I since '89. Whoa, what happened? I lost your comment. Oh my God. I lost your comment. It was such a nice comment. Let's see. I'm trying to keep the comments positive. I don't know if you noticed that. I think this is where we go to, just talk about music. Uh, I'm not a big opera guy, so I don't go hang out at opera live streams and trash it, whatever. That's how I look at it. People get bummed out when you say negative things about the band they love. So anyway, that's why I wrote positive comments welcome. I'm going to spend my time with the positive comments. Uh, anyway, I was trying to read this article, then everything just kind of sped up, and then I lost it. I was trying to read this comment, but I think I'm coming back around now. Um, let's see. Don't forget to thumbs up. Thank you so much, Les, and thank you again for the super sticker. You're so generous and thoughtful. Great Alice Cooper, the best. Yeah, Alice Cooper is still putting on awesome concerts. I watched the newest Kiss documentary about everything leading up to their final tour. I think it's a bioflick. It could be really good. It is really good. If you guys, I didn't watch the whole thing. I watched about half of it, but get a chance to watch that A&E. It tells the whole history of Kiss, and it's told by mostly Gene and Paul because the other guys didn't really agree to come on or something like that. So um, it's not really from the other band members' point of view very much. You pretty much just see Gene and Paul. Miss Muggs, I wanted to roam around the city, but apparently we're still in lockdown. I'm sorry. I hope you guys get out of lockdown. The Stones did a great lockdown song called Ghost Town, Living in a Ghost Town. All right. Great Ted Nugent and Dennis Ramsey. Got to cook lunch here. Okay, well, thank you so much for coming. Miss Muggs is a great cook, and she cooks and eats healthy. So keep on inspiring us. And thank you for streaming Greta Van Fleet. It was very nice. Yeah, well, I'm glad you guys got a chance to see it. I wanted to do something that, showing that younger bands are still carrying on the torch of rock and roll. So it's good to see that these guys are out there playing rock music. You're going to make Rock Talk a series, and what's your favorite type? Ingenuous, metaphorical, sedimentary. I love the Brazilian stones. I'll have to admit, the crystals are beautiful. Um, Stephanie Billups is here. Hi, Stephanie. Thank you for coming to the chat. You saw Jesus Christ Superstar on Broadway like 10 times. Wow. That's cool. I love the respectable video when Mick looks over awful. All right, Keith, for the solo. Are you talking about the Saturday Night Live one? Okay, let me see what else we got here. Um, let's see. I saw Bee Gees too. Wow. Yeah, I wanted to see them, but I think the last Bee Gee that was in L.A. was Barry Gibb. He played the Hollywood Bowl back in, I think it was 2014 or 2015. And you can get that recording on Etsy.com if you want to. I got mine there. It's a really good recording of the Hollywood Bowl. All right, I am drawing the line on the coffin memorabilia. Okay, so we're not getting the Kiss coffin. Apple bottom jeans. Shafi went who? Brock Snyder. Okay, I'm not getting some of these references here. Billy Joel was great. Yeah, he is. I saw him at the Dodger Stadium. He looked so different. I wouldn't have recognized him from his early days, but his voice sounded exactly the same. Are we around for the MC5? I'm not sure what that was. Thank you for answering my questions. Good night. Nice hair, by the way. That's meteor shower. All right. Well, thank you. And you are. we're glad that you were here. Does DJ Dallas have a YouTube channel? He does not have a YouTube channel. He was very, very essential in getting me off the ground, teaching me all about the software and about how to find. He's still kind of does a lot of advising. He'll say, do a video on this, and then the thing gets 100,000 plus views. I'm like, Dallas, you're right about that. So, but right now he doesn't have a YouTube channel, but he's very active with helping us here. Staying alive. That's right. Let's talk Led Zeppelin. Okay, what do you want to talk about? I was listening to some of their 1980 tour. What do you think about that? Did you? A lot of people criticize them. I still think they sounded cool, but they weren't as tight as they were back in like 77 or 75. But I still really like hearing their 80s tour because it covers music from all points of their career. That's when Giants walked the earth from 1968 or 69 to 1980. Okay. Let me see. The okay. Rat Dog, UB40. So many. Billy Idol is touring now. Yeah, I think he was in Vegas. I saw some footage of him. He's with Steve Stevens still, that guitarist. They're great. Brown Sugar is about Chinese brown heroin. I think there's a little bit of everything in that song. I don't think it's just about one thing, but that is a nickname. Pink Houses will be next to go. Oh yeah, you're right. I never thought about it, but it does reference African American people. Is it, I am in Santiago and I soon will have to go to school. This is Mauro. I'm a teacher. Thank you for your great job. Me and my wife will be connect at your next Stones transmission. Cool. I'll try to do it tomorrow night live if I can. If we can find any kind of streaming. Les Sancho is still here. Motor City. And please connect with Les. Please connect with Les Sancho. He is awesome. Are you doing streaming this weekend, Les Sancho? Because I know some weekends you don't do it, but a lot of times Friday night, Saturday night, he's on. Uh, he had some really cool guests on too. He has a lot of like people that just hang out on StreamYard. All right, let me see. Now this is so much better than when I used to stream. It would be hard to get people to make comments. Now I can't keep up with you guys. That is awesome. Do I know Eddie Trunk? I've seen some of his views. He's very anti Paul and Gene. He's always talking about how they're lip syncing. I don't believe they were lip syncing, because if they were lip syncing, they wouldn't have such raw vocals on the tracks. They look like they're singing it live. I don't know why he keeps saying they're lip syncing the concerts, but anyway, there could be certain parts of it that are recorded, but I think the lead vocals are being. I mean, I heard like Paul Stanley's voice crack when I saw him. I mean, why would he lip sync to his voice cracking? I don't get it. But this Trunk guy is sure that they're all lip syncing and everything. But he's interesting. He's good friends with Ace Frehley, so I think he's trying to trash Gene and Paul on his behalf or something like that. You just you gotta fact check. There's Ace Frehley, great lead guitar. He opened for Alice Cooper a couple of years ago at the Greek Theater. That's right. And then we saw there's a Saban Theater. It's a small theater in L.A. Wilshire Boulevard. It was Ace Frehley and God, I can't remember her name. She was in the Runaways. She opened for him. You know who I'm going to see at the Saban is the voice of Foreigner, Lou Gramm. It's crazy. There's no original members in Foreigner anymore. If you want to go see Foreigner, you got to go see Lou Gramm. So I'm going to try to see if I can live stream that one. We got really good front section. Like my son got us like third row tickets for that one, third row seats. So I'm hoping they're not going to make me turn off my camera, but I will try to live stream it for you guys if I can. That's coming up, I think, in November. Lou Gramm at the Saban Theater. I'm gonna try to. I'm gonna try to. This Gordon Hart's. Um, I'm gonna try to stream more Stones concerts. Definitely, I'm gonna try to stream them all. I don't think it's been attempted before, but I'm gonna try to attempt it. I can't believe more people aren't streaming like these concerts. I'm the only guy doing it. People just they play a few songs here and there, but YouTube, I just don't see people streaming most of these concerts as they're happening. So we're trying to do something different here. So that's cool. But I will try to, if I'm not able to go to the concert, I will try to get the feed from somebody else and show it to you guys. Tomorrow night is a good night because they're going to be performing tomorrow. I think it's Tampa. I could be incorrect, but it'll be around 5:45 Pacific Standard Time. Good question, Gord's Hearts. Like your questions, HISS3. Teresa, first time here, old school. What band will you be streaming next? Watch the Stones. Loved it. I'm going to be streaming the Stones again tomorrow night, live from Tampa. But some of the concerts that I'm going to be actually attending are going to be the Monkees' final concert. That's in November. I think it's November 14th at the Greek Theater. Lou Gramm, I mentioned, the voice of Foreigner. I'm going to do that one in November. We have a couple other ones scheduled. I'm just not sure what they are, but I will keep you guys informed on the community. Thank you guys for being so attentive. First time here, and that's Teresa Queen. We welcome you to the stream. All right. We have Lanny here. And I wish I'd seen Bowie and Michael Jackson, but I did get to go to Michael's house in Encino. And I went to the recording studio with Jermaine, right? After I almost got to go to Neverland. I was so pissed, but I had to leave the country. I couldn't go. I knew Tito's mother-in-law, right? It's kind of a weird thing. She worked at a retirement hotel that I worked at in the 90s, and she hooked us up to go to Neverland, and that was the week I was out of town. I was out of the country, They never went again, but they got to see. Never, I don't think they saw Michael, but they saw Never. That would have been cool to see that. But anyway, did you ever? I had to go to somebody's wedding. Unfortunately, they didn't stay together. But anyway, I think I did the right thing going to a friend's wedding. Did anyone ever see ELP? That's Emerson, Lake and Palmer. I have not seen them, but I would have loved to seen them. Love to see live bands. Always have so expensive today, and the big bands. Saw the Stones in '81, affordable, $20. If you weren't here earlier, I give you guys a tip. Buy the tickets from the box office right before the show starts if you can't get good seats. Sometimes online you can get good seats right before the show. People dump the tickets, because they can't sell them. They get frantic and they start dropping the prices below face value. So you can go on like StubHub and some of the other online places. But it doesn't always work. Sometimes the tickets become more expensive and more scarce. But I think box office is a good lead. I did get my club VIP tickets to see the Stones on October 17th at SoFi. They reduced the seats. They were like, I don't know, $250 seats. I got them for 170 or something like that, which was a lot more affordable for me. So, check out the online box office. All right. I saw the original Hair. Oh my God, that has a great soundtrack. Let the Sun Shine. You saw Mozart in concert. Wow, you go all the way back. That guy was a real dinosaur, wasn't he? Yes, I saw Hair too, in your dreams. I saw Andy Gibb. Andy Gibb. Wow, that he was the brothers Gibb, the younger brother Gibb. I'm in 1 a.m. in Santiago. I don't want to keep you up, Mauro, but we're so happy you were able to join us. Thank you for your great job. Me and my wife will be connecting at your next Stones transmission. Yeah, and I want to know more about what you teach in Santiago. That is awesome. My fellow teachers out there, I'm fighting for you guys. I'm fighting for your rights. You know it. I am. I'm with teachers advocacy groups. Teachers are not treated fairly. I don't know how they're treated in Santiago, but in America, they are not given basic freedoms. So and everybody has had a teacher, so we owe a lot to our teachers. Linda is here. Okay. Paul Stanley is my dad. Okay. Do you know what Paul Stanley's real name is? Stanley Eisen. That's his real name. Eddie Rabbit, Love a Rainy Night. That's a great lost classic. I like that song. It's got kind of a country rock feel to it. You saw Tito Jackson and Dinky Donuts. I didn't know that was a real place, but anyway. What about streaming Steely Dan? Are they touring in November? I'm not sure. I got to find out about this stuff, because we can tap in to different independent people streaming things and share their streams with you. One guy was streaming it sideways. I don't know, one of the Stones guys. Oh my God. People were like turning their head trying to watch the streams. I don't know what I'm getting with some of these people, but it's better than nothing. That's how I look at it. We'll clean it up in the mix, but Steely Dan's a great band. Then, in my opinion, they never able to recreate the studio sound though, or go beyond it. Their studio stuff is so perfect, but it's still fun to see them in concert. Very invigorating. Thank you. Good to meet everyone. That's Teresa Queen. Thank you for coming to the stream, Teresa Queen. What is the best rock show you experienced? I think it was the accumulation of seeing all those bands at Desert Trip back in 2016. Again, the lineup was the Stones, Bob Dylan, The Who, Roger Waters, Neil Young, Paul McCartney. I mean, these were some of the mainstays of music, and seeing them back to it just blew me away. Just that show there. So I would have to say Desert Trip, but there's so many great ones. It's I love them all. Um, the day of the concert, are you talking about the Stones concert, or the Stones concert's coming up tomorrow? It's October 29th. Oh, you taught history, high school history for a while, Linda O'Brien. Well, hats off to you. It's not easy teaching any subject, but there's so many things we can learn from history. I taught history for a while. I always tell my students, they would ask me, why do you teach it? It's old, it's happened already. And I say, well, they did some great things and did some horrible things. We can learn from all of those patterns, all those decisions, and hopefully not make the same poor decisions. Richie Blackmore's Rainbow. Wow. Used to bump into Kenny Loggins every time you went down to Santa Barbara. Also saw John Travolta. You get around, Lisa. I have to admit that. Linda said we did that with tickets to Jackson Brown concert in Denver, front row, right in the middle. I'm impressed. Wow. I saw him at the Greek Theater not too long ago and at the Forum. Hello, B40. Welcome. Good to meet everyone. Um, we're just still talking about rock shows. If you guys want to put down Jefferson Starship, yeah, I saw them at a small club called the Rose in Pasadena. They were amazing. There was one original member of Jefferson Starship. He's like in his 80s. He was still there singing away. Um, Van Halen did Michael Anthony wrong. They sure did. But I think Alex and David Lee Roth are going to be performing together in Vegas in December. They should invite Michael Anthony. Come on, guys. I taught history for a while. That's Linda O'Brien. Gene Simmons' real name, Chaim Witz. That's right. And then he changed it to Chaim Klein because Witz was his father's name, and Witz left him. They'd abandoned the family, so he changed his name to Klein, which is his mother's maiden name. I try to teach English. Thanks for your words. Yeah, well, teachers, you guys are amazing, and like I said, you don't have any rights. And don't tell me about the union because they work for the school districts. So, anyway, I'm 170. Okay, I hope that's pounds. Um, 70. Okay. All right. So we knocked off 100 years. Deep Purple, you saw. Yeah, I saw them in concert at the Greek Theater. They had Ian Gillian, I think is his name, one of the vocalists from that great album they had called Motorhead, and they had some original members. It was really good. Name all the 70s bands. Wow, that I could be here all night if I did that. Saw Sammy Hagar all the time in Mill Valley. He lives up the street, as does Bob Weir. Wow, you guys are meeting some famous celebrities. I'm not sure who Avenged Scaffold is. It sounds like a heavy metal band, but I'm not sure. I never saw Stevie Ray Vaughan. He was supposed to tour with David Bowie. They did it like a sound check together in '83. He was on the Let's Dance album, but I think Bowie wanted to pay him like musicians' wages, musicians union, and he said forget that, and he went on tour by himself and did his own career. But that would have been my big chance to see him if he would have played with Bowie in '83, but it just never happened. Um, lived in SB, I think it's San Bernardino. Saw Kenny all the time, or Santa Barbara maybe. Oops, I'm afraid to go outside because this crazy time in the world. Oh, don't be afraid. You just have to be smart about it. Put on your mask and scrub up and just hope for the best. I think things are getting better. I would like to say that. Wow, I'll play the Rolling Stones Sympathy for the Devil for my history class and see if they could figure it out. Yeah, there's a lot of history in that song. Um, the Boss. You saw, oh yeah, let's talk about Springsteen. That guy's amazing. He plays a 4 hour and 20-minute concert. I think he had the longest show because he has night fears, right? He doesn't like to be alone. So he keeps playing and the band is like, come on, guy, we got to go home. He has separation anxiety. He keeps playing. I think the River Tour, he did 4 hours and 20 minutes. Great, great. A lot of energy. He was crowd diving when I saw him, sliding across the stage. I mean, stuff that people in their 20s were not doing. Teachers Rock. All right, Teresa Queen. And Rival Sons played town here a few years ago. Very impressed. Have not heard much about them. Have you? I don't know a lot about the newer bands. The only one I really followed was Greta Van Fleet, and I don't know that much about them. I'm so inundated with all the classic performers, but I do like some of the new music and so forth. But I haven't really been following some of these guys. You're probably going to tell me, well, they've been around for 40 years. I'm sorry. Any thoughts about Lou Reed? Yeah, Lou Reed is he's a legend. Take a Walk on the Wild Side. Um, he passed away a couple years ago. He was I think he was a real rocker. He he was in the I'm trying to think of the name of the God. My brain is going down, but he was in some amazing bands. Did you do that song Heroin? I Want to Be Your Dog. All those great songs. White White Lights. Did he do that one? I think so. I don't like heavy metal. Okay. Um, you probably like hard rock or rock and roll. Um, have you ever heard of the Kinks? Yep, they great band, the Kinks. Um, they may get together. SRV is the greatest blues guitarist. Okay. Neil Young, Crazy Horse Boss. Oh, there's little amphitheater. One of the loudest shows and one of the best shows I've ever seen. I think his best band is Crazy Horse. I wish he would tour with them more often. Um, let's see. Pat Benatar. I saw her in concert. Bad Company, Foreigner, Billy Squire. Saw Billy Squire. He was touring with Ringo Starr in the All Star Band. Um, you're getting weird, bad comments. Yeah, we try to ignore any of that stuff. It's like have to miss Clarence on sax. Oh yeah, Clarence Clemens is one of the greatest saxophone players. His nephew, I believe, is in the band and doing a good job. But we missed the big man. What can we tell you? Rediscovering Lou Reed, love him. Springsteen saxophonist married the hostess from Angelo's in Mill Valleys. He passed away. They are a great band called Bummer Are Us. Somehow I don't remember that band. Okay. Um, Velvet Underground. That's the name of the band. I'm sorry, guys. I keep getting them mixed up with the Stooges and all that. They're from the same time period. But Velvet Underground, yeah, great great band with Lou Reed. He was probably maybe the original punk. Who knows? Yeah, I'm the Beach Boys. They do get around. Beach Boys. I saw their 50th anniversary tour. They were great, and Brian Wilson's still rocking. Won't be long till Christmas, so make sure you queue up "Run Rudolph" by Keith Richards from the holidays. Yeah, that is a good version. Kinks are great. Have you seen Peter Gabriel? Definitely one of my best concerts. I've not seen Peter Gabriel, but he is awesome. I've seen videotape of him. I've never been in person. Lou Reed's Halloween Parade and my Spotify Halloween binge. Check out for great tunes. Saw Bruce twice. Loved Neil Young, Fleetwood Mac, Eagles. Yeah, all these bands you're mentioning are awesome, guys. Molly Hatchet. They were kind of like that southern rock. Have you heard of New Zealand band Split Ends? Yeah, I've heard of them. There was like an 80s band, I think. Should Stones enjoy their billions? Well, hopefully they're enjoying them and they're enjoying the concerts they're doing too. It must be a natural high to have all these people packing in to see you in stadiums, isn't it? We built this city. That was the Jefferson Starship. Has anyone ever called out Lady Gaga ripping off Dale Bosio for Missing Persons. Yeah, I would say a little bit of Dale Bosio and a little bit of Madonna. I saw the Beach Boys, I don't think there could be a Lady Gaga without Madonna or Dale Bosio, right? I saw the Beach Boys, Jerry Rafferty, Dana Dronin. Yeah, he's cool. He passed away, unfortunately. I love that song Baker Street and All Down the Line, and there's another couple good ones down, something like that. Saw the Who and the Kinks together in the Kinetic Playground, Chicago, early 70s, and of course the Who at Shea Stadium. Wow, there's a video of that. That was 82, I believe. They released the video of it. I've got to watch that. And let's see what we got here. You guys are bringing up such great memories of these concerts. Thank you for all of your comments and for hanging out here. Of course, the Who, Shea Stadium, MC5, the original Punks. I miss those days. Beach Boys were great. And they're still performing. There's so many incarnations of them. Apple bottom jeans. I think we are do you sell those jeans or what? I remember the bell bottoms. I don't remember the apple bottoms. Gabriel live is awesome. George Thorogood is amazing in concert. April Wine are great. Yeah, that was a band I remember from the 70s or 80s. All the hair questions you're going to have to DM me, guys. This is um, apple bottom jeans. Marshall Tucker Band, great Southern rock. Saw David Johansen, Shea Stadium. Tony White, Polk Saladani. Polk Saladani. Okay, Manson was great. Sweet Dreams. Manson, remember that? The beautiful people, the beautiful people. And Dita Von Teese, that was his wife. I can't believe she married that guy. Anyway, I didn't get to meet Dita Von Teese. There's a picture of her in one of my videos. I think it's in the membership video. She was actually really nice. Days Gone Down by Rafferty. That's the song. Yes, Days Gone Down. I'm sorry, I haven't heard it in a while, but that is a really good one. Velvet Underground was formed by Andy Warhol, created the first psychedelic rock concert. Warhol was a good pal of Bianca Jagger, and she was married to Mick. Warhol did a lot of art for Mick. That's right. Does anyone know the band Big Daddy? Weren't they like like one of those rockabilly bands or something? Never see Leonard Skinner's spell check. Oh, well, they're still good. I think Leonard Skinner. They got Van Zant's younger brother has been with them since the '80s. But I'm not sure if they're going to continue the tour. They're on their third year of their final tour, so let's hope they come back. ZZ Top, The Who, 82, their first farewell tour. Yeah, can you believe it? They retired over almost 40 years ago. My Pomeranian, Mick Jagger, wants my attention. Oh, okay. Have fun here tonight. Nice catch your show and meet your friends. Good night. Wolfgang, thank you so much for coming and for all your support. You are awesome. I love the positive vibes. That's what we like to focus on. Because I get so many cool comments, and then I find myself looking at some of these other comments, and I'm like, forget it. I have so many really beautiful comments that I want to get to, so I want to keep it positive. Shea Stadium, Grand Funk sold stadium out faster. Okay, I didn't know that. Grand Funk sold out faster than someone. I don't know. Rob Grill, I guess he's talking about The Who? I don't remember that one. I like this channel, Breath of Fresh Air. Yeah, now you're talking. That's right. And you're making it. You're the best part of this channel, all you positive people out there. I took a picture of ZZ Top. I'm a huge Kiss and Paul Stanley fan, and he is 100% lip sync. But why would he lip sync himself with his voice cracking? That's what I'm not understanding. His voice cracked a couple times when I saw him back in last month. Why would they do that? I don't know. I don't know. It just looked like they were singing it to me. You know what I mean? Because there was so many different cracks in their voices. It just seemed like they would get a better vocal track if they were going to lip sync it. Um, Wolfgang, love your dog's name. Yeah, your Pomeranian. Good night. Good night. It's like 3 hours later back east, so I guys get some sleep. Shea Stadium, Sweet Dreams, Grand Funk sold out faster in history than the Beatles. That's interesting. Grand Funk Railroad. American Woman, Stay Away from Me. The tragically hip Night Wolf is with us, F417H. Sloan, we're good in Ramones is Wolfgang from Wolfgang's Vault. Oh, I remember Wolfgang. Sure, she is. That was like a. They would have all those rare videos before YouTube became really popular. I don't think anybody's. Are they still out there? Maybe they were selling all sorts of interesting rock posters, and they were having all these cool downloads of these rock shows. But I think you can get most of it on YouTube. Pink Floyd's the best American band. You know, YouTube is like the second biggest search engine next to Google, and I think they're owned by the same people. Jeff Beck with John Hammer and Fleetwood at the Glen Oak Park. And you guys have been to some amazing shows. That's Steve Schupman. Have you ever heard of Alabama? I just bought an Alabama album. Can you believe that? I bought an Alabama album. They did like country music. I bought their greatest hits over at Rite Aid. Could you believe it? They were selling it brand new for like 39 cents. I'm like, I gotta buy this. It was worth a lot more than that. I don't know. They were clearing out all their rock and roll stuff and their other CDs. I'm your captain. DJ Jerry, have you heard of Alabama? This message is not Alabama. Okay. What was that song they did? Elvira. I don't think it was about the Mistress of the Dark. Exhaustingly good AC/DC shows. Saw Leonard Skinner. I believe Rush opened for them, or maybe they opened for Blue Oyster Cult. That's cool. Grateful Dead was fun. I remember. Guys, I only paid 39 cents for the Alabama one. I might resell it, so don't worry. It's still in the shrink wrap. Grateful Dead was fun, what I remember of it. Alabama 3. That one I don't remember. From Brixton, England, the Alabama 3. I'm not familiar with those guys. I'm sorry. The Cars at Boston. Cars were an amazing band. I mean, they brought new wave, in the late 70s to the forefront. Jerry Lee Lewis, great at 90. I don't think he's 90 yet, is he? He's getting close. I saw him play piano. I think it was my son. DJ Dallas's first concert was Jerry Lee Lewis when he played on Hollywood Boulevard at the Hollywood and Highland. That's right. I was out there filming it with my video camera and holding Dallas in one arm and filming. It was rock and roll. One more Billy Squire question. Do you think Rock Me Tonight video destroyed his career? I think it helped it and it hurt it because I think Rock Me Tonight was being played a lot on. It was kind of like I Was Made for Loving You did for Kiss. In some ways was over. It was overplayed or something, but I don't know. I don't know if that one song could kill somebody's career. I actually liked that song, but that video of him jumping around with the satin sheets and everything, it was. He was a really talented guy. Did you know that they were thinking of getting Billy Squire to play Jim Morrison in the Doors movie? He was one of the people that was auditioning for it. I heard. I don't know if it's true or not. John Travolta was being considered at one point, but I don't think Ray Manzarek wanted Travolta involved somehow. It would have been a good. They did a good choice in picking the person they did for the Doors movie. Does Allen Ginsberg, Alan Watts, Timothy Leary, William Burroughs, can Poetry Jam count while sitting next to Bill Murray? Oh, that is amazing, guy. Allen Ginsberg and all these guys while sitting next to Bill Murray. That qualifies. That's rock and roll, guys. They were the beat poets, right? They hung out with Bob Dylan. I know Allen Ginsberg did. Billy Joel, great. Yeah, he is great. He did a tribute to Charlie Watts. I played one of his songs. It's on my channel. Some I can't remember the name of it, but he played a little dedication to Charlie Watts' Rolling Stones song. Billy Joel at the Boston Garden when he had hair. Wow. Billy Joel, um, I heard he plays like once a month at Madison Square Garden or something. He's like has a residency there. I don't know if he's still doing it, but Ramones were underrated. Yeah, they were. I lived near. Ramones influenced a lot of bands like U2. Great footage of Keith Richards with Jerry Lee Lewis. Yeah, isn't that great? I remember watching that when it was on TV in the 80s, and I didn't have a VCR back then. It was like 81 or something. So I put my audio tape recorder up to the speaker to record it. And I was so happy to be able to find the video. I said, I got to share it with all my friends. That was amazing performance. Keith Richards, they did Little Queenie. I think my Little Queenie video of them has got over 100,000 views right now. So it's just amazing. And not everybody had seen that. So I figured, well, it's time to post it. All right. Doors are the best. Yeah, we've got a lot of rare Doors albums. We've got at least 50 or 60 of their concerts. Just, I think everywhere they went, they would record. People would record like an audience recording of them or professional recording, and I collect it all. Um, Ramones. I live, Linda in O'Brien. I live near Telluride, Colorado. They have the best 4-day bluegrass show. I figure you get to see them in Glacier Bow. Yeah, well, I hope you get to see them. That's the bluegrass bands. My first concert was Chicago. I saw Billy Joel at Nassau Coliseum. You guys have seen some really cool shows. The Doors. I did get to see a Doors reunion. There's a video of it up on my channel. This was back in January 2020 before COVID really hit us here, and it was a charity concert. It was amazing seeing the surviving members of the Doors together playing Doors songs with the Jiminator. My very first concert was Chicago, the great band Chicago. Do you know of Cliff Richard? That's right. I remember he had a hit in the 70s with Devil Woman, but he was actually the Beatles were hoping to be as big as Cliff Richard. He was started out in the 60s. DJ Selene is hanging out. I know she said she was tired, so anytime you want to go to sleep, it's about 3 hours ahead of us in Brazil, 3 or 4 hours. Triumph, this great live and very underrated band. Yeah, they were. Love this rock and roll chat. That's right. I listened to Trump last night. Okay, is that the guy that comes on our channel? There's a Donald Trump that loves the Rolling Stones. He's going to go see him tomorrow night. I think you're listening to the actual President Trump. Elvis, great stuff. Elvis, did you see Elvis? I would have loved to see him. I saw David Bowie, Spiders from Mars, featuring Peter Frampton, also at Nassau Coliseum. Wow, there's an audio recording of them. I think it's been officially released, the Nassau Coliseum. I don't know if it's the same show or not. Um, the Cars, I think I met Rick Ocasek. Very cool. Michael McDonald. I saw Michael McDonald in concert. He was really good. Adam Ant. Oh, wow. That guy was cool. I used to like Adam Ant. I really I saw him walk. I saw him going to the Fairfax Theater in Hollywood back in the 80s. It was interesting. I think he lived out here in LA. Really want to go to Tampa tomorrow. Yeah, I wish we could all go, guys, but we'll just have to do the best we can with the stream. DJ Jerry used to dress up like Elvis. He did a hard rock show. Yeah, I did a show at the Hard Rock Cafe, believe it or not. Elvis, that's right. I put on my white jumpsuit, with the eagle on the back, and I did my best Elvis there. I used to dress up like Elvis, and then they would say to me, the kids would say to me at schools, I know who you are. You are Michael Jackson. I said, no, I'm Michael Jackson's ex-father-in-law. I saw Rocky Burnett open for the Stones in 81. Wow. That's cool. They had some interesting. I heard Van Halen open for the Stones like in 80 or 81. 81, I think. My very first concert was Tom Petty. It was my first concert, too. This was 81 when I saw him. It was the Hard Promises tour, and Stevie Nicks showed up at the Forum to play The Insider, and I think she played Stop Dragging My Heart Around. Tired of Towing the Line. Tired of Towing the Line. What band was that? I remember that song. Mac Minglewood. I've seen the Rolling Stones in Vegas. Wow. I think we should all head to Vegas, guys. They're going to be there November 6th. Um, let's see. Spinal Tap. Yeah, that way I finally saw the movie. People kept telling me to see it, and well, at first a little hesitant. I don't like when people make fun of rock stuff, but they did a good job. You know, it was an interesting movie. I can see him doing Elvis, so that's right, baby. That's right. Elvis, Channel the King. All right. I saw Rocky Burnett open for the Stones in '81. Lonnie says my very first concert was Tom Petty. Mine too. Tired of Towing the Line. Early Boomtown Rats and Elvis Costello. All right. Great choices there. I have to check it out. Must have been the same show. I think Bowie only did one show there. Yeah, there it was released about a year or two ago officially. It was a bootleg before that. You know, bootleg recordings belong to the artists, so if they want to take them over and officially release them and clean them up, they can. It's their music. That's what they did with that one. Um, have a great time, Robert. Tom Petty, great player. Yeah, we miss the legendary Tom Petty. What a great performer. Saw Sonny and Cher on the Sunset Strip getting out of a silver gull Mercedes Benz dressed in their hippie duds. My first concert was at the Irvine Meadows, Ronnie James Dio in 1986. Oh, not Trump, the band Triumph. Okay, I thought you were saying you were listening to Trump last night. I'm sorry. Was the band? I was wondering how is Trump doing rock and roll? I don't know. Triumph. Okay, I'm sorry about that. Hendrix was good. Yeah, he was great. He changed the way people play electric guitar. I saw John Michael Vincent at Big Boy. Wow, is that Jean Paul Michael Vincent? I saw you abbreviating his name. Stevie Nicks and Tom Petty. Miss them so much. You know, Stevie wanted to be a member of the Heartbreakers. Did you know that? She wanted to be a member of the Heartbreakers, but she couldn't do it. She was already a member of Fleetwood Mac, but I think she was going to leave it. You were very interesting. Thank you, Gordon. You know, one of my friends told me, she said, you could just pick up some records and just talk about them, because I said, well, anybody can do that. She goes, no, not really. I guess I take it for granted. It's like, I'm a history teacher, so I love talking about the history of music. But thank you. I'm just a big music fan. I'm coming at it from a fan's point of view, right? I'm not. I don't think people should be criticizing art. You don't like it, go to another show. Shut up. All right. It has its place, I guess. But music is, it's subjective. It's what people like. Different things. We hear the same song, but we hear it in different ways. It has different meanings to us, just like any other kind of art. And I don't think people should be trashing music. If you like the music, and talk about it, enjoy it in a positive sense. It's hard to do what these guys, even these people, like you mentioned, Billy Squire. He did that song that was a pop song. They were playing it in heavy rotation on MTV. "Rock Me Tonight," I think, was the song. It's hard to write a song that a lot of people like. People make fun of Phil Collins and Sting. Oh, they're milk toast. They write these songs that a million people like. Okay, that's a talent. How do you write a song that millions of people like? Okay, even if it does sell that way, it's still amazing that these people can do songs that so many people really enjoy hearing. Yeah, we missed Tom Petty. Boy, it was just so sudden, what had happened a couple of years ago. I wish he had stopped the tour and taken care of his health instead of taking all those pills. I mean, those. opioids. They're the most. You talk about drug problem, all that prescribed drugs. That's what people are dying from, really. Um, let's see. Um, Elton John in '77. Yeah, he's great. I saw him on the Sunset Strip a few years ago. He did an AOL concert. I have AOL, as my server, and all of a sudden I got this mess. Elton John is going to be at the Tower Records. I go, wait, Tower Records? They've been out of business for 20 years. What's going on? But they have it as like as a landmark, and they let him use the parking lot. And he did like an impromptu like 1 hour concert. And then I saw him again at Staples Center on his Goodbye Yellow Brick Road tour. Boy, was that an amazing show. Weird. Somebody mentioned Weird Al. I did get to see him. He's a master. I think he's the biggest parody artist of all times. Um, okay. I saw Nyx and Tom Petty. Thanks, Lonnie. China Girl, love it. That's right. That song might be in trouble. It was written by Iggy Pop. A little not politically correct somehow, but you never know if that's going to get banned. Elton John, great singer, great piano player. I always try to model myself after him. I think he's just amazing. His classical background and just him getting together with Bernie Taupin was a miracle. That one of them would write the lyrics and the other one would write the music, and they would never get together in the same room. They would do this album called Two Rooms. It's a phone it in. My first concert was David Bowie at Milton Keynes Bowl in England in '83. That was a great show. The Serious Moonlight tour. Fleetwood Mac at the Montecito Country Club. Wow, this was probably very early in their career. Thanks for Greta Van Fleet concert. Enjoyed it so much. Huge hugs from Peru. All right. Well, we're hugging you right back. Glenda is here from Peru, of all places. That's awesome. What time is it in Peru? They'll have to pry bootlegs from my hands. There you go. Bootlegs are great. Even Keith Richards said it because the band is not preparing to do a live recording that night, so you really catch them without all these studio tricks that they do to fix. It's really how the band sounded. And if you get a good recording, a good soundboard recording, I've been listening to more and more of those rare recordings lately. They're just amazing. I mean, it's a piece of history that's being kept from the fans, except the fans in the know, right? Um, let's see. I'm glad you like Greta Van Fleet. DJ Jerry, you are very interesting, informative, and great. You answer so many questions. Well, thank you. You made my day. That was Gord's Hearts. Travis Jensen, I saw Elton John in '77. Linda didn't know that about Stevie. Yeah, she was a big fan of Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. She just loved their music. She did that song, I Need to Know. I Need to Know. She always sang that in concert. Um, Weird Al. Yeah, I saw him in concert at the Pantages Theater some years ago. Put on a good show. It's amazing how he can sound like so many different styles of music and parody it. Seeds of Music, the arts is planted early. I've seen Hall and Oaks with Donnie Iris. I got to see John Hall. Oh, not John Hall. John Oates at an autograph signing, and he was playing guitar. I want to see the both of them together, but we went to see Skinnerd on the night that they were playing at the Bowl. So hopefully they'll come back. Love your stories, musical passions on a positive note, and that's Daniel. Well, cool. Yeah, it's all about storytelling. I One of the greatest storytellers in rock is Robbie Robertson from the band, and I remember being influenced by him, seeing The Last Waltz. I was about 14 years old in the theaters, and I stayed and watched it again, and I said, I want to learn how to play electric guitar. That was it. I started on electric guitar, and I got to tell Robbie, one of the great rock and roll song writers and storytellers. I was sitting up front at one of his signings, and at the end, I just got to tell. I said, you influenced me, man. Wow, what a great talent, Robbie Robertson from the band. All right, Cheap Trick. Very Cheap Trick is awesome. They were incredible band. Seen them in concert several times. They were opening for Aerosmith for a while, and hoping to see Elton. It's nice to be somewhere without all the negativity. Really appreciate the atmosphere. Well, that's cool. I'm glad you guys are keeping it positive with me. And you notice I put that in the. I don't know if I put it in this one, but I put it in one of the titles. That positive comments welcome, because like I said, why come to a stream if you don't like rock music? No one's forcing you to be here. We'd love you to be here, but nonetheless, why offend other people? And I see some of those comments, like some people are like, "Oh, the Rolling Stones, they're horrible." I'm like, delete. I'm sorry, I don't delete more of them, guys. I'm doing other stuff, and sometimes I just notice negative. I don't like negativity. It reminds me of one of my bad bosses. This is negative. It doesn't get anywhere. It brings bad morale. Let's focus on the positive. Shift the paradigm, if you will. I'm down to 10% on my phone, so I don't want to lose you guys. So let me just go get a power supply. Hang on a second. Take an intermission. Okay, I'm back again. I need to plug this thing in really because I'm down to like 9%. Oh, sorry about that. I'm gonna take a little bit of a pause here because I didn't expect to be on. I thought we were gonna be on for like an hour, and then I was going to show the Stones greatest hits. What happened? I think I lost my. Oh, there it is. I got to plug my light in. We had Jennifer here earlier. She told me about the ring light. She always had such nice lighting in her videos. She was the one who influenced me on that. All right. Lights, camera, action. All right. Let's see if we can put this thing back. We're in a low light situation here. All right. Here we go. Let there be light. There it is. Wow. The city of blinding lights. We got 43 million viewers here. Wow, it is 10:09. I'm gonna go a little bit longer. If we don't get to all the greatest hits of the Stones tonight, we'll show some of it tomorrow night because I know Dallas has been trying to get a Stones concert compilation going. But I wanted to get to all your comments. Kiss was great. Yeah, they those guys know how to put on a show. You can say what you want about them, but they give you your money's worth. All right. Still hoping to see Elton John's coming back. If you live in the LA area, he's going to play 2022. He'll be at the Dodger Stadium. So I think you're going to get a chance to see him again. He's going on. It was one of these like 10-year final concert tours. Kind of like didn't Barry Manilow start retiring in like the late 90s or something? He's still working on it. Saw the Rolling Stones at SoFi twice. Pit one, awesome show. You were in the good seats. Wow, I'm impressed. I'm glad you got a chance to see them. They were. Did you think the second night was better than the first? But the person who saw them at the SoFi. And let's see who we got here. Let's go skating. I heard it wasn't opioid, but it was one laced with fentanyl. Love you, Tom. I don't know what the heck he was taking, but it was. I think he was having a lot of pain from his broken hip, and he didn't want to stop the tour, so he took a lot of painkillers. Saw Cheap Trick Boston and Kansas together. Wow. I didn't see them together. I haven't seen Boston, but I did see Kansas. They were playing downtown at one of the outdoor parks. They do these summer concerts down there. Teresa saw Cheap Trick. All right. Aerosmith. Yeah. Aerosmith is another band that puts on a great show. Awesome, Teresa. What a concert. Michael Jackson. It's great. Billie Jean, Thriller. I saw Keith Richards turning his expensive winos tour. During his expensive winos tour, he was at Tower Records in LA signing autographs in 93. Wow, I didn't know about that. Darn, I wish I would have known about it. Daniel, someone saved my life tonight. The best. You know, Daniel, he left off the lyrics of the song that explained the song. I think it was about his brother who went to war and he came back injured. But he took off one of the verses that really, he wanted it to be kind of mysterious. 12:04 a.m. I think we went a little longer than I thought, but I'm having a good time. Can't believe Mick Jagger's almost 80 years old. You know, well, he defies age, guys. I mean, like I said, nobody younger is putting that much energy. He runs like 7 miles, I think, when he's on the concert stage. They have a pedometer on him. He runs like 7 miles on. If you got to see my video, I compare him to Tom Cruise running in the Mission Impossible movies. Super Tramp, great. I saw Roger Hodgson. I haven't seen Supertramp, but I saw him. He was doing a lot of cool Supertramp songs. This was a couple of years ago. Robert Plant and Phil Collins at Peoria Civic Center. Great show. That was when Robert Plant had a great band. I don't really appreciate his band that he's with right now. They kind of do like these slower versions of Zeppelin songs, and I don't know. I like that band that he had in the '80s with Phil Collins on drums and Robbie Blunt on guitar. It sort of sounded like they were continuing from where Zeppelin left off, but I don't know. He's always trying something different, and sometimes different is not always better. But anyway, I got to admire him for doing something different. Loved your Eagles live stream. They still have great harmonies. I'm glad you got a chance to see it. We had 8,600 people saw that. They kept telling me to put away my phone. They were very strict about it. And then they took the whole damn stream down. But at least I got through the whole thing. I said, no, I've got people waiting to see this. I can't put my phone away. I'm sorry. It's point and shoot. I'm not using a big, zoom lens, guys. So they finally left me alone. But I guess they just didn't want people to see the whole show or something. They were okay with posting individual songs. So I posted a few individual songs like Hotel California. But yeah, they were amazing. I saw them a couple of years ago also, and then I saw them with their first show with Glenn Fry's son, Deacon Fry. That was at Dodger Stadium around 2017 for Concert West, and the crowd loves him. I mean, he's really trying to bring his father's name, keep it going. I'm glad you liked the Eagles live stream. You were one of the 8,600 people who got to see it before the Eagles took it down. They still have great harmonies. Rolling Stones, studio outtakes, Desperate Man, Ivy League. I'm going to play some more. Don't worry. I will get some more. There's a ton of unreleased great Rolling Stone songs. They throw away better songs than people keep, those were really cool ones. Let's see. You saw Hall & Oates for $6. Wow, this must have been the 70s. That was Teresa. And, I think sometimes the stream just takes off and it pushes the thing, and I lose track of where we were. So forgive me for that. Motown and old school R&B, progressive rock, aka Primus, punk and metal, then glam metal, thrash, new wave, British metal, and British pop. Um, all right. Saw Fleetwood Mac, Jack, Back Together, Paul McCartney, Carole King, and James Taylor, Bon Jovi. Wow, you saw some great bands. I wish I would have seen Paul McCartney at Dodger Stadium in 2019 because there was a Beatles reunion at the end. He had Ringo, the two surviving members of the Beatles. Wow. I've seen them separately, but never together. Hopefully, I'll get a chance to see them again together. They only played a couple songs though, but it was really cool. One of my friends took her daughter. It was her first concert, and she's seeing a Beatles reunion on her first concert, a partial Beatles reunion. That's crazy. Um, Petro is saying hello, hello, hello again, hello. Um, Dennis Ramsey saw Fleetwood Mac, Back Together, Paul McCartney. Oh, yeah, you saw some great bands. I got to see the 1975 lineup of Fleetwood Mac before they threw Lindsey Buckingham out again. I don't know why. He was smirking, man. I had to throw him out. It was either Stevie or Lindsey, and they went with Stevie, but they took two people to replace Lindsey Buckingham. You had to get Mike Campbell from the Heartbreakers and the lead vocalist from some other band. I can't remember the name, but it took two people to replace him, and they still can't replace him because you got the tension of Lindsey Buckingham. That's another guy I'm going to see in concert. I think he's playing in November. I'm going to try to live stream Lindsey Buckingham. I love the way he gets that tension going in those songs. He plays he finger picks too, which is unusual. Most people use plastic picks. I like Robert Plant video, The Big Log. Great video. They did it at Armagosa, California. I love that song, Big Log. That song always reminded me the end of a relationship for some reason. You would just hear that song, down, 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 down. It just always reminded me like when a relationship would go bad and it would just fade out to the sunset and hear that song. I don't know why. It was great song, great guitar solo. I think it's Robbie Blunt on guitar, but I'm not 100% sure. Teresa says music brings people together. You're absolutely right. Rolling Stones, great band. Now it's the Strolling Bones. Come on, guys. They've been called old for 40 years. Give them a break. Now it's we all get old, right? Isn't that a song? What Robert Plant videos are you talking about? Oh, I was talking about Big Log. If you get his box set, I forget what it's called. It comes with like a video greatest hits. It's really cool. They probably sell it on Amazon. It's like his first 9 solo albums, and then there's like a DVD of his music videos. This one we're talking about is Big Log. Can you afford to bring us all a shirt from tomorrow's Stone Show? If I'm not going to it, I would love to bring you guys a shirt. I think I could only afford the guys in the parking lot though. The merch thing is like $55 for a t-shirt. But you get some nice ones out in the parking lot. Um, Dennis Ramsey paintings. Love Robbie Robertson. Yeah. Cheers. Saw Todd Rundgren many times between 85 and 2008. Many magical concert. Your live rock talk rocks. Cheers. That was Daniel. Thank you. That's really cool. I've been trying to do this as a StreamYard, but I'm having a problem with bringing people up on my cell phone for some reason. The mobile app doesn't allow it, but it's fun that you guys are in the chat. Thank you for being in the chat. All right, the Big Log. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. It's a weird name. Robert Plant would do these songs, and even with Zeppelin, and they would never mention the title in the lyrics at all. Like Big Log, they never say Big Log. There's a song called Far Post. Never mentions the word Far Post. I don't know why he does it, but it's so cool. Most bands, they'll come up with a title that is actually the song, is in the lyrics, but not Zeppelin or Robert Plant. They'll sometimes they will, but sometimes they don't. DJ Jerry, God bless you. See you soon. Irish Gorilla, thank you so much for hanging out with us. White Snake was great. Robert Martinez, don't know that one. I'm not familiar with that either. I saw Rolling Stones at SoFi twice. Awesome show. Robert Martinez. You must live in L.A. if you saw them twice. Either that you came in town. Thank you very much for showing the Rolling Stones. Looking forward to seeing more. Thanks, dude. That's Mike. He's got the icon there, the Rolling Stones icon logo. By the way, check out Glimmer Stone's channel. Yeah, all right. Glimmer Stone's channel and Mike Newcomb. Elton was a great show. He was amazing, really, still is. Stones, 10,000 light years from home. Mick Jagger was joking in the SoFi concert on the 17th. He was saying that the Eagles were playing Hotel California, and the Stones were going to play Her Satanic Majesty's Requests. I like the way he said, I'm just joking, because people, whatever he says, they take him seriously. Like when they said Paul McCartney was going to come up and do a blues classic with them, it was all, he's just tongue in cheek, kidding around, because McCartney said they were a blues knockoff band or whatever. So he was making a little joke about it. When he started saying that, I forget who he was saying was here. Kirk Douglas is here. I mean, come on, Kirk Douglas passed away 2 years ago. I knew he was not being serious. I watched both of your Stones streams from LA. It was about 6 a.m. here in England. Wow. You got to wake up with the Stones, breakfast with the with the band, the great rock and roll band. That's a nice way to wake up. This is great video of YouTube of Ben Orban playing live. Ben Orr, I believe Benjamin Orr was a member of the Cars, and he passed away, I believe, in the 90s. He had cancer. What a great talented guy. I love that solo album he did with Stay the Night. It sounded like a car song, but it was solo. I'm glad you got a chance to see this video. It's on YouTube, playing live. I'll have to check that out. The second show is better. I agree with you. I think the first show was like a dress rehearsal for the second show. I'm so glad I came back. I think the second show at SoFi was possibly the best show they've done so far. They did Beast of Burden. Come on. I'm glad. We were just talking about how they needed to pull that one out. Sorry. Star Wars guy. He's back. Hello, DJ. Back. Love to see you live again. Much love. As my friend, my Star Wars peep. I'm glad you're here. He comes out for all my live appearances. Thank you. And Star Wars rules, man. Star Wars rules. You were there at the beginning, and you're still here. All right. Keep on rocking, Star Wars guy. Dennis Ramsey is here. Seen Alice Cooper. Great. Yeah, I saw him a couple times. They chopped his head off, and he still comes back after the concert to see it again. I heard he was going to chop off the heads of Motley Crue just so that they couldn't come back for a reunion tour, but he didn't. He didn't end up doing it. I bought tickets actually to Motley Crue to see him, but he didn't show up. He dropped out a couple weeks before they came to L.A. He was touring with them, I think, maybe in San Diego and some other places, but by the time they got to LA, Alice Cooper wasn't there. There was some other band. I'm like, wait, this doesn't sound like Alice Cooper. Drum, guitar, or let there be rock. There were 15 million fingers learning how to play, and you can hear the fingers beginning. AC/DC. Anne Murray was good. Do you know that one of my friends is very hearing sensitive, and he actually walked out of an Anne Murray concert because he said it was too loud? How could somebody singing Snowbird be too loud? I'm not getting it. He's very sensitive hearing. He asked for a refund, but I don't think they would honor that. Anne Murray, you needed me. Robert Plant, the Big Log music video came out in '83. Very good. Robert, you remember that one. He was doing some really good videos. Again, I highly recommend his box set. It was something called like Seven Seas or something like that. Just Google it, and it's got a whole DVD at the end of all these really classic Robert Plant videos. Uh, Drums, guitar. Oh, is that the one where they were talking about Robert Plant was doing the rap? Anne Murray. All right, they're getting better. As I got to remember, Steve Jordan only had like 2 weeks to get in the groove. I'm cutting a little slack for him. Yeah, he started out like when I don't know if you saw the one that they played before St. Louis. There was like a private show, and it was just he's just so muscular. If you hear Steve Jordan playing drums on the expensive Winos albums, he's just like boom, 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 boom. He's just so he had to learn to kind of get the hi hats going and do the Charlie thing, a little bit more subtle. But he's really a rock guitarist. He kind of lets loose on Paint It Black. Dum, 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 dum. That's really he's a very muscular rock drummer. He's pumping some new life into the band. I think people are, you know, he's rising to the occasion. But it's hard to step into the shoes of one of the greatest drummers of all time, isn't it? Cut the guy some slack, right? Elvis was good. Seen him once. Wow, what year did you see him, Dennis? Enjoy Eagles. I hope they keep playing. They said they might not be back this way. Well, the Who said that too. Like when I saw them in Vegas, they said we might not tour anymore because we're getting kind of up there in the years. But they toured again. I saw them twice after that. So let's let's keep hoping they keep playing. Was kind of disappointed though. You had to show COVID proof. Yeah, it was kind of crazy at SoFi. Like if it wasn't for my son, I didn't know anything about having to show COVID proof. They made you show your COVID card when you came in, or else they wouldn't let you. There's so many things that they might not let you in. It was like going through the Kremlin, getting in there. You had to show this card, and you had to show your ID, and that you've been vaccinated, and I don't know. I would imagine them. I can't imagine them. Some guy spending like $1,000 on tickets, and then they're not letting him in because he doesn't have a COVID card. I don't know. And then nobody wore masks. And I was the only guy wearing a mask. Part of the time. No one wore it, but you had to wear it when you're walking through the gate. There was some guy there drinking beer. He was holding up the whole line. I missed the first song because this idiot was drinking beer. He's like, anybody else? No, I just want to get in. It's like, I don't know why they didn't just move these guys out of the way, but they let them drink their beers and they made everybody wait in line to get into the stadium. It was like passing an immigration stop point or something. It was crazy. But yeah, you're right, Mike. There was a lot of issues with these COVID cards, and if it wasn't for my son DJ Dallas, I might not have gotten in. I didn't know anything about that, even though I had the card somewhere. I mean, who knew where it was? I have like 10,000 pictures on my phone. I'm scrolling through. I think it's over here. Uh, it's so fun to keep this history alive. Yeah, Lisa, I'm glad you're still here. Second night was definitely better. Alice in Chains, Dennis said he saw. I'm not that familiar with that band, but I've heard some good things about them. Guns N' Roses, great. I saw the Eagles Hotel California tour in '76 in Memphis. You were 16. Wow. All right. You saw the Allman Brothers. They're gonna have like an Allman Brothers show, I think, but it's gonna be like just nobody. I don't think anybody's alive from the original Allman Brothers. It's just like family members and other artists. They're gonna do like an Allman Brothers revival. I got a book from the '90s that says, "Oh, God's Almost Dead," about the Rolling Stones. I laugh at the title every time. It's if it's too loud, you're too old. There you go. Use earplugs and you can have hearing all your life. I do and plan on having great hearing. I don't know how these rock stars can still hear anything. They're right near those amplifiers. Do you know the star Star Song from the Rolling Stones, Goat Head Soup. Yeah, they played that song in '81 when I first saw them at the Coliseum. I can't really say the lyrics because this is a family-based show, but it's a very good song. Star Star. Steve, it's about groupies, that song. Steve Jordan played some drums on Mick Jagger's She's the Boss. Wow, that's interesting. I didn't know that. I love that album, by the way, She's the Boss. There was a movie called Running Out of Luck. He did like a long form video, music video with a story, if you ever get a chance to see it. My most memorable concerts was Gary Moore, major influence with Thin Lizzy, Day on the Green, July 4th, during my rockin' teens. I was the only guy wearing a mask in my area. I know, it's so crazy. It's like I go into a restaurant, with this COVID stuff, and no one's wearing a mask in the restaurant. So I walk in, and the maitre d' comes in, sir, you must put on a mask. You're in the lobby. The lobby is attached to the rest of the restaurant. And then as soon as I go, I'm by myself. I have to put a mask on. But as soon as I go in with all the other people sitting there, I got to take the mask off. I don't know. Protocol. I'll go. I'll play along. Just give me something to eat. Anyway, I didn't know Steve Jordan played drums on She's the Boss. One of the most memorable concerts was Gary Moore, major influence with Thin Lizzy. The Day of the Green, July 4th, '79, during my rockin' teens. Yeah, as you mentioned earlier, Prince actually modeled a lot of his look after the lead singer of Thin Lizzy. I really enjoyed your Eagles show from LA. Saw them in Nashville with my son. He couldn't believe how good they were. I mean, yeah, they sound like they do on the record. It's incredible. The harmonizing. Vince Gill and Deacon Fry do a great job. Wow. Let me see this comment here. This one is interesting. Um, you think that will be the last Rolling Stones tour? No, I don't. Mick Jagger is just has too much energy. He hasn't slowed down yet. I think they'll keep touring next year. They'll probably go to other parts of the world, and I think they're going to do their 60th. I really do. I think they'll tie it in with their 60th anniversary. Can't stop at the 59th year, right, guys? I mean, it's crazy. All my life, I've remembered the Stones. Oops. Uh-oh, the cat broke something. Come here, kitty. He runs away when he breaks stuff. He just, like, no one's going to know who did it if he runs away. Anyway, I guess that's good luck in Greek customs when you break a dish or something. Um, anyway, first showed Chicago Transit Authority, their public show at my high school. Oh, you guys have seen some amazing shows. Old great bands have to keep touring because they have a high lifestyle living. Yeah, these guys are like, to keep that lifestyle up, you got to really keep cranking. I mean, Elvis too. He had to keep playing those shows, or else he would run out of money. It's just so expensive to keep that lifestyle going. They're almost like slaves. They got to keep playing. I mean, I'm sure they would like to just chill out and enjoy what they have. But some of it is a labor of love too, I guess. And I think the Stones are smart. They're not like touring every night. They're like touring twice a week or something like that, so they have time to relax and kind of catch their breath a little bit. Um, I don't think it'll be the last Rolling Stones tour. I hope it's not. But like I said, the COVID proof was a pain as I paid 3,000 grand for the pit both shows. Wow, you are dedicated, I'll tell you. Greatest bands have to keep touring because they have a high lifestyle. You're absolutely right. Daniel R says, Linda, nice. We both need to have a lot in common. Um, Daniel Lars, cheers back at you. Tony the Tiger. Tony Tiger, come here. Come here, Tony. Get away from that broken glass. He loves to come up on my stream. Somebody mentioned Tony the Tiger. Come on up. He's great. You know, Tony the Tiger does high fives. High five, Tony Tiger. You have to give him tuna or else he won't do it. But he naturally reaches up when you give him some tuna. And if you say high five while you're feeding him, he'll slap you five. Come on, Tony. Say hello to everybody. It's okay. You broke a glass. Well, I'll have more room for my skull glasses now. I have these really cool skull mugs that my family got me for my birthday, but I don't have any room for them. So Tony broke some of the conventional glasses today, and we'll have some room for my. They're like mugs. They have like a crystal skull mug. You know, hey, so it's all right. You know, we got more glass mugs. We don't only have one Tony the Tiger, so you stay safe. Stay away from that broken glass over there. Miss my cat Tiger. Wow, yeah, this guy was. You know, I found this. He's a. I can't believe it, but Tony the Tiger was actually given up twice. I think because he's just a really hungry kitty. He eats a lot, and you got. I try not to overfeed him, but the guy like cries for food all day. So I give him a little bit, you know, a little bit of tuna or whatever, kind of tides him over. Just so he's like a communal eater. He just wants to make sure he's like, if you sit down and eat food, he wants to like be part of the act. So I give him some good food, you know, and give him his little tuna. He's purring. He's happy. Come on, Tony. You might see him in some of my old videos. He just pops up like while I'm filming. I used to do a lot of filming from this couch here, and he would just jump up there and say he loves to be on camera, right? He's a little shy though. But anyway, all is good with Tony the Tiger. We were looking for our other cat, and we went to the pound, and then we found Tony, and they wrote that he was a cuddle bug, and I said, okay, cuddle bug, let's do it, man. You got to ask them. You know, the people working there, they know a lot about the animals there. We almost got a couple stiffs, but you know, we wanted someone affectionate, and we've got Tony Tiger. He's just a cool guy to hang out with, right? Yeah. He's purring right now. He's very happy to see all of you. He looks like, yeah, he's like Morris the cat, you know, but he's not finicky. He eats anything. Well, not everything. You got to give him the right stuff, right? He doesn't like that cheap stuff that they have, that generic. He likes the name brands. All right. Hey, Tony. I had one that looked just like him named Jasper. Yeah, we've been getting a lot of these. We've been getting a lot of these. I used to have a cat who was a klepto kitty. I have a video about him. He would like steal clothes that were hanging up on people's lines and toys, and he would just bring all this stuff back. I did a whole video on him. My middle school bus drove past Graceland every day in Memphis. Who was that DJ at the time? He was the guy that fought the taxi on TV in the early 70s. Wow. He fought the taxi guy. I don't remember that. You're awesome. Tony the Tiger is lucky. Yeah, I treat him with respect. You know, my family asked me, why do you give him like human food, like food that people eat? But I think from what I learned that the regular cat food has a lot of preservatives in it and byproducts. You know, you're basically giving them, if it's chicken, it's basically ground up chicken gizzards or whatever. So you got to give them some real food once in a while. Keeps them healthy and happy. You don't just give them that junk from the pet store. Yeah, I give him some real food. Yeah, now you're talking. He didn't get it though. He wanted to know. I was eating spaghetti the other night, and he wanted to know what I was eating. And I gave him a little strand of spaghetti, and he's looking at me like, man, I don't know what the heck this stuff is. He likes the meat, fish, and chicken. He doesn't know about the pasta, but he tried a little of it. He was a good sport. It just wasn't his thing, right? He's not a pasta cat. All right, you let me eat my pasta in peace. He didn't want any of that. Yeah, okay. I saw Gary Moore when he was popular. singing that song Empty Rooms in Amsterdam. Cool Doug. Very cool, Mike. I saw that tour too. Saw Ozzy with Randy Rhodes on the Blizzard of Oz. Takes a lot to impress me, and Randy sure did. Wow, he was great. You know, Randy Rhodes' sister has a restaurant and club in North Hollywood, and she has all these memorabilia from her brother, Randy Rhodes, and one of my friends played guitar there in a band. It was really nice. The guy from the TV show Taxi, Latka or something. Yeah. Thank you very much. Why are we talking about Latka? You're right, pal. We feed our cats real food too. Yeah, he likes the camera. He's just a little short, so you gotta get up there so people can see you. Yeah. Randy was ahead of his time. Randy Rhodes, you saw him twice. I went to Charlotte Stone's concert. Wow, I'm impressed. That was a good show. I'm thinking going to Las Vegas on November 6th. I have the feeling it could be the last tour. Yeah, go see him, guys. You know, don't wait around. Nobody's promised it tomorrow. You know, so if you get an opportunity, do it. Do it. Just do it. You won't regret it. You regret the things that you don't do, not the things that you do, unless you did something really horrible. What do you think of the Tattoo You Lost and Found disc? I've heard a couple songs from it. It sounded good. Do you mind the recorded vocals on some of the recorded vocals on some of the deluxe releases? Yeah, I mean, if they do a good job, it just seems like they mostly just remix the stuff a little bit or digitally enhance it. But it's nice, you know. It's good to have some lost songs. Usually they're not as good typically as the stuff that originally got on, but it's, like I said, their throwaways are better than most bands' keepers. So I'm interested in anything that they hadn't released. I always heard about it, but I never, knew we were going to hear this. You had to wait 40 years to hear some of this stuff. He fought the DJ out of Memphis. That's interesting. You're talking about Andy Kaufman, Man on the Moon. I saw the Who's with Keith Moon in the 70s. You were lucky. Keith was one of the most gifted drummers in the history. I don't even know how he did it. I think some of Keith's best work is on Quadrophenia. I mean, that album is amazing, and I remember the guitar work, the bass work, the vocals. But I keep thinking about the drumming of that album. My God, it's so good. I think that's Keith Moon's best work, but he did a lot of great stuff. But it's just as a whole, listen to that album, it's just amazing. Those drum rolls, all that muscular stuff. He was just so good. Let's see. I saw the Who with Keith Moon in the 70s. It's a money thing. I can't afford to. Yeah, I'm sorry about the ticket prices. You gotta kind of stay away from buying tickets like when they first come out and get used to playing, gambling it a little bit and buy them, I know, like my son, we've gotten some really good seats right before the show starts, buying them online because people get desperate. They know that concert tickets are worth a lot before the show, but after the show, they're not worth anything. So people sometimes dump them. So that's all I could tell you is that, try to get in, even if it's the cheapest seats. You can sometimes find some empty sections. Like you find some sections that are there's a lot of empty seats. So if somebody comes in, you just move over. And try to move up if you can. Move up a little bit in your section. Sometimes people don't show up. But don't let the money hold you back. Just get in. You know what I mean? That's the main thing. Just be there if you can. And sometimes Groupon does good deals on them, or who else? Gold Star. Yeah, even like Robert Plant. I saw him. I bought his tickets on Gold Star. You would think Robert Plant from Led Zeppelin wouldn't have a hard time selling out the Greek Theater, and he did. I bought half price tickets on Gold Star. So check those sources too. There's ways to work around it. You know, I mean, you can kind of find your budget. So you know, I know it is expensive. Steve Van Zant fan from Sopranos. Yeah, Miami Steve. I love him. He's amazing. Uh, Pete Townsend is a genius. I agree with that. Musical genius. When you're a hardcore Stones fan, I'm money blind in a way. Yeah, you're right. You got to just kind of just set aside some money and don't worry about it. Don't think about it. Don't think about how much this song is costing you to hear it live. Uh, you have to have a credit card. Yeah, I think you can get a debit card, but a lot of this stuff you need to get a credit card to buy these tickets online. Um, Another highly underrated band experience was at Winterland back during young teen years. Bebop Deluxe, filled with Rush, Ted Nugent, Bill Nielsen, amazing guitarist and friend. Yes, I got great seats that way to a few tours off eBay. Wow, that's good to know. I used to look at eBay when I was trying to get tickets for Desert Trip. But I wasn't finding good deals, but I guess maybe if you go on last minute, you can find some good stuff. How do they? But how do they pass the tickets on eBay? You got to wait for it to come in the mail, right? That would freak me out a little bit. What if it gets lost in the mail or something? Um, I don't know. These other ones they turn them over online. They give you a digital ticket or something. So if you do it last minute, you can get a ticket on your phone or something, or print it out on your computer. Now I don't want to anymore. It, Eagles, he spaced on the date and then he died. Wow. Now I don't want to anymore. I love to see a Metallica concert. Got to my Paul McCartney ticket at the got my Paul McCartney ticket at the concert. We used to gate crash. Wow, you got to tell me about that. Hello and good night. Jan, you're there. You're up late. That's my buddy from Brazil. Jan is here. He's got some really cool rock and roll t-shirts. He had one today posted. He was wearing this rare Led Zeppelin t-shirt. I think it was from Houses of the Holy. Um, and he plays guitar. Very, very cool rocker guy. Ruth Sanchez, gotta go, friends. Getting late. Nice chats. Learned a lot. I can't wait for tomorrow's streaming. Yeah, I hope we get some good footage. Andy Coffin played Latka on Taxi. That's right. Thank you very much. I like that character Andy Kaufman did. Um, what was the name of that? That he would do that really obnoxious character. Trying to remember his name. And he was on. I think he was also on that Taxi show, and he was like he did this like he was like a Las Vegas lounge entertainer. Really funny. Last Stones date is Hard Rock Theater, Florida. Ticketmaster wants 1,000 each. Wow. Yeah, that is kind of. I don't know if I would be able to lay down that kind of money, guys. That's you got to be very dedicated. I like to, go to a lot of concerts. I can't deplete my fund in one show like that. Here it's 2:49 a.m. Wow, it's probably about 4 hours later than Los Angeles. I saw the Who in '65 or '66 when I was in high school. That's when they ended their show with instrument destruction. Yeah, they would call that auto destructive mode or whatever. It was kind of like avant garde. Are you in Sao Paulo, Jan Phoenix? Love the chicks in Brazil. Yeah, great women, really. They got some beautiful people in Brazil, very friendly, all of them. They're great. Mike Newcomb, you got it. Time to sign off too. Thanks for the live chat. Thanks for staying so long. Cheers, everybody. Thank you for hanging out. Enjoyed it, everyone. Calling it a day. Keep on rocking. Thank you for terrific chat. Good night, Tony. All right. Remember when he got beat up? I don't remember that one. Wow, 18. You guys are pit one. You guys are very, very dedicated. Let me tell you, Little Richard or Chuck Berry. I would have to say Chuck Berry. I know that Little Richard wants to consider himself the innovator of rock and roll, but I think Chuck Berry really, really did. Both of those guys are great. You know that Hendrix. I have a Hendrix album. He was playing with Little Richard, and Little Richard didn't like having him in the band because he was too good. He doesn't want anybody to show him up, So he told Hendrix to tone it down a few notches there. Good night, Daniel. We would drive from Venice Beach and go to. This is Lisa. You're still here. Thank you. You're so dedicated. The first rock concert, we just crashed the door and run in the dark. People wore costumes. It was fabulous. And now it's so hard. I mean, they got all this. Tony, don't knock over my table. He's knocking into my. He's like, time to feed me. Let's end the stream. People wore costumes. That's cool. I know that Woodstock was like that. They just kind of crashed the fences and people got in for free. They stopped charging people money when the freeway closed down or the highway closed down. I have to look up this. You guys stopped talking about Andy Kaufman a lot about fighting this Memphis DJ. I'm not sure what the origin of the dispute was. The Who were fire on stage. Stones couldn't dare to share the stage with the Who. That's true. I don't think they really played too many shows together. Even at Desert Trip, they played different nights. Dysfunctional and dedicated. Just bamp in your live chat. Oh, good. You just came in from Brazil, I think. Love it. Talk about rock and roll. Are you in Instagram? Yes, I'm in Instagram. If you go to DJ Jerry 007, I'm there, and I do post some different things than I normally post online, and some of it's similar. So please join me. If you follow me, I will follow you, just like the Genesis song. Follow me and I'll follow you if I can, I just sort of follow, 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 follow. I hate the people on Instagram who do the follow unfollow because I'm a very loyal guy and I follow them, and all of a sudden I come back and they put a video out or a thing and I'm like, hey, they don't follow me anymore. They only follow two people now. I don't like that follow unfollow. If you're gonna follow somebody, follow them. Damn it. All right. The Memphis DJ fought. Who were the fire? Okay. I know Vito from The Sopranos isn't dead. He's bartending down in Clearwater, Florida. Those earliest shows were like Halloween. Tony Clifton, thank you. Yeah, Tony Clifton. That guy was so obnoxious. I love that character. Tony Clifton. And a lot of people thought that Tony Clifton was Andy Kaufman, but I think a year after Andy Kaufman died, Tony Clifton appeared at the Belly Room or something at the Laugh Factory in Hollywood, and the people were like, "Wait, I thought you were Andy Kaufman, but it's a different guy playing him or something." Um, what's his name? Jim Carrey did a great job. He should have got the Best Actor award for Man on the Moon. If you get a chance to see that movie, he's better than the actual Andy Kaufman. He really channels it. I heard he was getting into that role, and he would walk around like just like he was Andy Kaufman, and he would just method act, and it was like really hard for him to separate himself from Andy Kaufman. He just really became Andy. Amazing biopic. Hello, first time here. Hey, Trudy, how you doing? Welcome to the show. I'm so glad you're here. Going to Genesis in Cleveland this month. All right. I'm glad that Phil Collins is still doing okay. I heard he had a little health scare recently, and they may have canceled one of the shows. I wish he would come to LA. I love that Genesis music. Tony Clifton, Andy's alter ego. Yeah, it's Linda Ingalls O'Brien. Heard that Eric Clapton tried out for the guitar when the Stones lost Brian, but he was too good. Yeah, you're right. The Stones usually don't want a guy who like sings also and can upstage him too much. So that's why they would pick these guys like Mick Taylor. Now Ron Wood can sing, and I wish they would let him sing a song, but they don't. And he's got a lot of great solo albums, and I don't know why they don't let him sing anything either on the very, very little on the albums and on. But he's a great member of the Stones too. You know, not just for his guitar work, but just his personality, and he fits in really well with them. Um, I think he fit in better than most of the other guitarists in his place before him. But yeah, I think that's the problem with Eric Clapton. He had his own career, and you know, they didn't want somebody like that who would just basically be squelched. I think somewhat in the Stones as being a guitarist when he could do much more. Rerun Jones, hey Jerry, what's your favorite bands? What are your best memories of shows? Really enjoying this chat, by the way. Rerun Jones is here. I remember Rerun from What's Happening. I like your icon picture there. You know, I'm pretty eclectic. I love I think I would have to say I love the classic rock bands, but I also like some modern music too. All different kinds of music. So I'm really good with that. Uh, Great memories of shows. God, I wish I could tell you something. Oh, you know, remember when Prince got booed off stage when he opened for the Rolling Stones, and Bill Graham chastised the audience for doing that, and he made somebody an example. Some guy claimed he booed them, and he brought him on stage. He said, "I hope you're proud of yourself." And then he threw him off the stage. He said, "I'm throwing you out of here. You're not going to see the Stones. That's it." And then he said, "Anybody else boo Prince?" And the place got really quiet. It was like the teacher disciplining the classroom. That's a lot of great memories, you know, of seeing these concerts. Again, Carrie was a great in that movie, Man on the Moon. Sunset metal scene in L.A. I didn't see that much of the sunset metal scene, to tell you the truth. I used to drive by it and see all the heavy metal guys, you know, hanging out there, the hair band guys. But I did see Rod Stewart on the Sunset Strip in the '90s. He played Tower Records. This was, I believe, the late '90s. He played Tower Records parking lot. Then he played the Whiskey, and then he played the Roxy all in one night. That guy's got energy. They were short shows, but it was still cool. I wish he would do that again. You know, you get to see it when you see him up close like that. It's a different experience. I used to like the hard rock, not the hard rock, but the blues. You know that Dan. What is that called? House of Blues. There you go. Because you could see these bands like Cheap Trick and the Bangles and Eddie Money up close. I mean, it was amazing. I was like standing like 5 feet away from Susanna Hoffs, you know, doing Walk Like an Egyptian, you know. I mean, it was crazy. But, you know, I like those smaller clubs too. But the Rose is really good if you're in Pasadena ever. You get a chance to see. We saw like Ann Wilson. I saw Paul Stanley perform there. Soul Station did all those Motown songs up close. I mean, amazing. Jefferson Starship. All right, let me see. There's a couple more messages here. Eric Clapton told Ron Wood that he could have the Stones job. Ronnie told him, "You got to live with the guys." That's funny. Hello, I'm new. Have you been with an artist or a disc jockey? Um, my DJing comes mostly from private performances, like private parties, things like that. I've played a few clubs and things, but mostly private parties. I started DJing with cassette tapes. I had two cassette. There was like in the '80s, right when everybody was using cassettes. I would be DJing, you know, mixing on cassette boards. Then I moved to CDs, and now it's so much easier using iTunes. You can just any song they want, you just type it in, and boom, there it is. You know, so I've seen the evolution. It's so much easier to DJ now. They mix the songs for you, and you don't have to carry crates and crates of records or tapes in with you. You know, it's cool. You can make your playlists, but with COVID, we've got to migrate to higher ground. So I've been hanging out on YouTube for the last couple of years. I still do some live shows every week with guitar. Susanna Hoffs has matured like a fine wine. She just really an amazing performer. Um, okay, um, and that was Roger's question. Thank you, Roger, for joining us. Linda O'Brien, Rick Dees. I finally remember that DJ in Memphis that he fought. Oh, it was Rick Dees because he was in Kiss FM in L.A. in the 80s also. I didn't realize he was in Memphis. I wonder why he fought Andy Kaufman. I got to find out more about this. Good point. They should let him sing. Let Ron Wood sing. Come on, guys. I mean, you ever hear him do 7 days? He does a Bob Dylan song better than Bob Dylan. Rick Dees. There's a name from the past. He used to be everywhere. Yeah, whatever happened to Rick Dees? Keith Richards, an amazing, unique rock blues singer. Yeah, he is. His mother said that he had perfect pitch too. That's what I heard. He does. I mean, he's the guy's a genius. The way he writes those songs together. I remember the story about their manager. Because they started out as this blues cover band, and he said, "You guys, in order to progress, you're gonna have to write your own music. Like the Beatles." So they locked him. I think his manager locked Keith Richards and Mick Jagger in a kitchen and said, "You're not coming out until you write your first song." And I believe it was "As Tears Go By" was the song that they wrote while they were locked in the kitchen for several hours. And not a bad song to write under pressure there, right? All right. All right. Susanna Hoffs. Okay, let's see where we. So you've heard of Rick? Let's see. Clapton can't be trusted. He stole George Harrison's first. But George Harrison was okay with it. He came to the wedding. Would you imagine you're going to your ex wife's wedding after your best friend stole her away? I think he was okay with it. George was like, he had these open marriages thing, so I think he didn't want to be a hypocrite. He went to Eric Clapton in Tampa, Florida. Super cool. Anyway, Patty Boyd, she influenced so many great songs. The song "Something" by the Beatles, Layla. There's a few other ones there too that she influenced. But I think Harrison was ready to move on, to tell you the truth, and he was just glad that somebody else wanted. But you see that Clapton got divorced anyway, so sometimes the grass isn't really greener on the other side. All right. John Lennon used to say, relationships are like a mountain. You got to climb them, and if you decide not to go all the way up, you're gonna have to start all over with somebody else. You might as well just finish it and climb up the mountain. All right. I went to Eric Clapton in Tampa, Florida. Super cold. Travel all the way to CT to see the concert, but Fort Worth, it was worth the money. Wow. I saw Clapton several times. The first time I saw him was in the 80s when he was doing the Forever Man stuff. And then I saw him in the 2000s at the Forum. And I would have liked to see his final tour, but hopefully he's coming back. Prince was a great guitar. Yeah, Prince was amazing. I saw him I mentioned at the Stones concert, but I wish I would have seen his whole set. He got booed off. I did see him in 2011, 3 or 4 times when he came to the Forum. He did his 21 Nights tour, and he would just announce his shows like a couple days in advance in the newspaper. That's back when people read the newspaper. I remember one of my students said, "Look, Prince, he's going to be in concert." He told me about it, and I went and got tickets. $25. All general admission seats were $25, no fees. And I think if you wanted the good seats, you had to pay at least 150 or 200 or something. But still, it was, reasonable. He wanted his fans to see it. Great guitarist. He had that feel, he just really felt the music, that emotion coming out. Kind of combined like Hendrix and Little Richard and Thin Lizzy and funk. It was just interesting the way, before him, those audiences were very segregated, very separate. And I do believe some of the booing of him was racially based. You know, people were not ready for somebody, especially playing, funk music. That wasn't allowed. But then you had Eddie Van Halen playing "Beat It," right, with Michael Jackson, 1983. That was a game changer too. That kind of cemented the deal, and somehow these audiences started to appreciate other music when they're when their esteemed legendary guitarists, join in with on a duet. Amazing things could happen. So you've heard of Rick Dees? Oh yeah, remember that song "Disco Duck"? Great disco song. That was Rick Dees. What was that album? He did some comedy albums. I remember he used to do this character called John Revolting. It was a John Travolta thing, and they would call him John Revolting. Yes, I used to do the weekly top 40, among other things. Yeah, he took over Casey Kasem's job. Keep your feet on the ground and keep reaching for the stars. It's so cool that he did all those cartoon voices like Shaggy, from Scooby Doo, and some of the. I think he did Robin from the Batman and Robin cartoons from the Justice League. He used to do the weekly top 40. What happened to him anyway? Yeah, his family was keeping him. He was ill and towards later in his life, and his family kept him locked up. And then eventually, I think he died of, I forget what he was suffering from, but unfortunately, Casey Kasem is not with us anymore. I don't know what happened to Rick Dees, though. Just dropped off the face of the earth. I think he retired or something. Have a good night, brother. Catch you on the rebound. That's right. My brother from another mother, Mike Newcomb. Thank you for hanging out for so long. Okay, Bill Graham should have not been chastising anyone. He should have looked in his own backyard. Is there something I don't know about Bill? Susanna Hoff says, matured like a fine wine. Lanny McLeod, I'm sure he's probably gone. I was living in Memphis, 8th grade to 10th grade. He was from there. Thank you for your answer. Please help me. You've been a fan of music, but never affiliated with an artist. I I've basically what can I say? I've I've been in Starlight Music for a long time. It's my entertainment group. I I used to be in a band called City Heat. I don't know if you've heard of these guys, but I've mostly gone out and done my solo stuff. I would play piano, guitar, sing, DJ, like a one man band kind of thing. It was like it was just basically that. I was a school teacher for a long time, so there's a limit to how much you can do. But now, I've got a lot more time on my hands. Let's put it this way. So I'm following the dream. I'm trying to share some of these great memories with people, and maybe find some things that you guys haven't seen before or haven't heard about. In some of these videos that I put out. Thank you for your answer. Let's see. Dylan still, let's see. Dylan still brings in records for his radio show. That's right. I don't have the satellite radio, so I don't really listen to. I think they do put it on YouTube, though. I should check it out. I'm in California. Yeah, I'm Hollywood based. I've lived out here my entire life. A native Californian. Who ever heard of such a thing? Thought Keith sounded better than he had in years last night. Yeah, he really did. You got to check out the song called The Prophet. It's on the new Bob Dylan album. It's great. I gotta check that out. Father lyrics better, video better. Okay, that's real quality, perfect pitch. Are you talking about Joe Roscoff or Tony King as their manager? I'm not sure. Dylan is great and still kicking. The Prophet is excellent, should be a follow up for Sympathy for the Devil. I love Electric Bob Dylan. Yeah, I was talking to my son about it. I'm I'm much more of a fan when he went electric, like Highway 61, or even bring the one before that. I think was Bringing It All Back Home. I I like some of his acoustic stuff. I mean, I like Blowing in the Wind and Times Are a Changin' and some of that, but I think he became really special when he went on tour. I mean, that whole thing of being booed off stage, and he knew he had something there with the electric folk, and he did. It just took the audiences about 8 years to kind of figure it out. I did a video on Dylan gets booed and goes electric. Dylan is great, still kicking. I love Electric Bob. Climb Every Mountain. Prince's music was great, but his songs were shallow. Some were. I mean, he the guy was like lived and breathed music. I mean, he just recorded so many songs. He knew he wasn't going to be able to live to see all of them released. So he had a plan for them to be. We're going to see new Prince albums, I think, for the next, 100 years. I mean, the guy had a lot of stuff. He would record new songs every day. So, some of the songs he just wrote them and he put them out there, and it's still amazing his ability to play all these instruments and dance and act and sing. And I mean, he did so much, really. He was, I think, one of the most talented entertainers. You look at some of the lyrics, Darling Nikki or whatever, it's not the deepest thing in the world. But, I think there's an emotional response, not so much what he's saying, but maybe how he weaves the words together or just how those songs. But I think he was better in the 80s, to tell you the truth. I'm not sure. He hit it a few times. I don't know if I've given his later albums as much listenings, but I really thought he was great in the 80s, like Purple Rain. Oh my God, that's like a perfect album. Amazing. But yeah, I mean, some of this stuff is just, I think he was just rattling it off. There's just so many albums that he was involved with and proteges, and he packed a lot in there. Have you seen the video of Prince playing one of these Ringo Starr all get together? He killed it, threw the guitar way up in the air and straight. I think you're talking about the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. He played the solo of While My Guitar Gently. It was fantastic, really. I mean, I thought Clapton was the only guy that could nail that song, and then man, Prince, he just put a lot of feeling into it. Yeah, I think that's what you're talking about, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I saw that. It was amazing. One of the great performances. And I think there was like Danny Harrison and different people, like Jeff Lynne was on, like this all-star group of people from the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame doing a tribute to George Harrison or something like that. Yes, it was amazing. What is the song? It was called While My Guitar Gently Weeps. If it's on YouTube, you can look it up and you won't be disappointed. I mean, Prince just comes out and he kills it. Okay, I mean, the guy is, like I said, technically he might not be the best guitarist in the world, but emitting emotion through his music, through his solos, it's hard to find somebody else that could match it. They asked Eric Clapton. They said, Eric, how's it feel to be the world's greatest guitarist? You know what he said? He says, I don't know. Go ask Prince. Ooh, that's humility. How could you say he's a racist when he says stuff like that? Come on. All right. All right. Yeah, watch it again. That it's While My Guitar Gently Weeps. I think he did it about 10 years ago at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I remember when Prince died, I was teaching a class. This was 2016. And one of my friends sends me a text. He goes, Prince is dead. I go, what? I mean, this guy was healthy. You wouldn't think he was 55 years old. And I wasn't thinking he was just going to die. And I just kept playing Prince songs for weeks in my, like when the kids would come and go, transition music. And I just couldn't stop playing them. I mean, it was just same thing with Bowie and Glenn Fry. We lost so many greats in 2016. Um, it says, what year was the Stones Prince show before 1990? Yeah, I think the album was Dirty Mind that he was playing these songs. 1981 is when he got booed off stage. And he got booed off both nights. The first night that he played, it was his festival, he got booed off. He Mick Jagger had invited him, and he decided that he wanted to leave. He didn't want to go do the second show. He said, I don't like your audiences. They don't give me a chance. And so he begged him to come back. He brought him back from the airport. And the people in line were talking about it. They said, oh, yeah, you see this guy Prince? He's horrible. They were saying it in line. And they said, we're going to boo him. Let's boo this guy. It was like all planned out. And they were throwing stuff at him. And I was hoping, like, give the guy a chance, let him play. But I think it was partly racially motivated. It was only, not only racial, but it was also that genre of music. You just didn't play funk music and rock and roll, but he somehow fused them together. The funk and roll, I guess you call it. Um, let's see. He became more mainstream. Yeah, he was already popular in his limited audiences, his core audience in '81, but by the time '82 or '83 hit with 1999, he became a household name. That's, yeah, Dylan's theme time radio show is on YouTube. I got to check it out more. There's so many great things on YouTube. The largest collection of videos in the world is found on YouTube. I remember Dick Barkley. I'm not sure who that is. I'm going to look it up. Be right back. I love the music and the arts. What year did you teach? I taught eighth grade English, history, loved it. I had to retire early, unfortunately. I taught for about 30 years, believe it or not. I taught every grade from kindergarten to mostly through eighth grade. I also teach seniors. That's what I'm working with now. I taught just about every subject: history, math, music, language arts, ESL, all sorts of, you know, you name it, I taught it. I had multiple subject. I did single subject. I did honors classes. I worked mostly in the inner cities. Um, Sorry you had to retire early, but you never know. You teachers really influence. Like I said before, everybody's had a teacher. Anybody who's anybody. So do a lot of great work. Yes, Dylan's theme time taught history was boring. Never touched on Vietnam War. Interesting. Yeah, it's true. They would not really. The way they teach history is different now. The way I teach it, it was like giving people a chance to hear things from different perspectives. Reading the historical documents from that time and making your own decisions about what happened. Because some of these textbooks, they just synthesize things and they get you to think about it a certain way. But history has a lot of angles to it. It's not just a linear review of what happened. There's a lot of different perspectives on it. So it's interesting when you get like talking about the Crusades, hearing the Muslim perspective, hearing the Christian perspective, hearing, two different stories basically. um, anyway, that's so much for for live casting the GVF concert. Greta Von Fleet. Thanks so much. Okay. It seems that they connected with the crowd. Great lads making great tunes. Yeah, they had people of all ages there. And it was cool to see people of all ages also at the Stones concert. I think people are, connecting, through music, which is awesome. It was While My Guitar Gently Weeps. Prince did his thing with Tom Petty, Steve Winwood. Yeah, Jeff Lynne was there. Makes me sad. So many classes are that way. You have to stay away from the textbook and do more personal biographies. Documentary evidence that exist, sometimes there's not enough of them because, to the victor goes the spoils. Who writes the history are the people who won. They're the ones that commission the story, and so it's a little bit slanted. But Prince was an intriguing character. He killed it on that song. Thanks, Linda. Watching after this, Paul McCartney gives me the chills. I think you're talking about While My Guitar Gently Weeps. He was an addict. It was sad. Again, it's the opioids, guys, the most dangerous drugs, those prescribed drugs. People get a hold of them and they overdose. They're the biggest cause of drug overdose, and they're the easiest drugs to get a hold of, unfortunately. If you have a lenient doctor, they should be able to manage it somehow better than that. Hi everyone. I did security for a huge promoter in '99. Did 2 nights on their no security tour. Wow. March 28th and 29th. Interesting. Mark is here, and I would like to hear more about your experiences promoting Rolling Stones concerts. That's interesting. That is on YouTube. Prince in an outdoor stadium. 2016 was the worst. Started with Bowie and just kept coming. God, yeah, it was. 2012 was a rough year too. We lost one of the Gibb brothers, Donna Summer, Whitney Houston, Davy Jones. I mean, it was just a lot of great musicians passing away in 2012 as well. It says Michael Jackson was threatened by Prince as an artist, according to his bodyguard. I think he was. I think there was this great rivalry between the two of them. I would have liked to have seen them collaborate on something. I heard there was some collaboration, but it's just heavily guarded. I would love to hear it. Chris Cornell was so amazing. I did not listen to grunge until recently. I'm 60. All right, listening to grunge. Now I'm 60 and listening to grunge. Linda Ingalls O'Brien. All things music. Yeah, I think the more music you can like, the more pleasure you're going to get, right? Music appreciation. Appreciate more music and you can get more joy out of music. You don't just stay in one little narrow thing. That's why, like, sometimes radio stations are just too narrow for me. I was always switching around, and listening to different things. Unfortunately, everything gets so pigeonholed, in just a certain genre. But it's great. The more we can appreciate music, the more we can get happiness from music. Michael Jackson was threatened by Prince as an artist. Yeah. Casey Kasem died of sepsis. That's a blood poisoning. June 15th, 2014. Yeah, that's right. I live 10 minutes from Reliant Stadium in Las Vegas. Let people know if my good friend is still in the Airbnb here in Vegas. I lived here in Vegas since 2014. I would suggest you guys, if you want to get a good deal, go find a place like in Prim Canyon. They have this shopping center there, and they've got some good deals on rooms. It's like on the border of just Vegas, and you drive like 40 minutes, you'll be in. By the way, the person who lives near, I think Mark, what hotel is close to Reliance Stadium? I'm trying to figure it out because I may be driving in and I want to know like what hotel to stay at or where to leave the car. Because the parking at these stadiums is such a ripoff, as I was saying. I'd like to avoid it. Mark has lived in Vegas since 2014. How many of you were around during the Vietnam War? And I was around, but I remember my memories of the Vietnam War was I remember we saw a hitchhiker and he was dressed in army uniform, and my dad picked this guy up, and I was like, oh my god, he's picking up a hitchhiker. He said, look, this man risks his life for us. Well, at least we could do is give him a ride. And I thought that, wow, that's cool, man. That's my memory of the Vietnam War. But just picking up this serviceman must have seen hell in Vietnam. He was coming back for a furlough or something, and he didn't even have a car. Anyway, I gotta plug this in because I'm running out of power. There we go. I don't want to run out of power here. Uh-oh. I think Tony the Tiger wants to come in and say hello. Tony the Tiger, are you going to say hello? Come on up, Tony. People need more Tony the Tiger. You going to say hi? Yeah. This is his couch. This is his turf. If you come here, he's going to do the little Dino thing where he jumps on you. Yeah. Yeah, a little shy guy. That's Tony the Tiger. I was born October 7th, 1968. All right, you're a little bit younger than me. Born in 67. Mike, I can remember some of the Vietnam War, the man landing on the moon, and Nixon resigning before I was even 10. Yeah, the Vietnam War was played out on TV. And I think that's why there was so many people that were against the Vietnam War. You know, and they got smart in their later years. Like Reagan. Remember the war in the Falklands? They decided to just lock it out, right? And lock it off the TV. And now we don't even know what's going on. Everything's censored. We don't see it anymore. But I think they realized they made a mistake by showing the Vietnam War on TV. So they don't do that anymore. They just keep it every time they go in and have a war. They show you some night vision stuff, or whatever, people blowing up buildings in Baghdad or something, but you really can't see anything. They would censor all these shots of, these U.S. people being sent home with all these caskets coming back, and we can't show that. That's offensive. So it's people don't really understand what's going on, but it's all censored. I can remember some of the Vietnam War. I remember Nixon getting that whole pre-impeachment thing and him resigning and whatever. Do you listen to Little Peep? I'm not sure who that is. I remember Little Bo Peep. She must be a rap star or something, right? Dylan's Christian album's underrated. Yeah, I think so. I think there's some really good songs on there. The first one, Slow Train Coming, had Mark Knopfler from Dire Straits playing guitar. Great. I think that might have been one of the best ones, just musically and songwriting, like Slow Train Coming, and what was it? Gotta Serve Somebody. All those songs are really cool, but, you know, I think the fact that Bob Dylan stopped playing his hits, I don't know if you listen to that set list, he was just playing his gospel songs mostly, and people were getting pissed off. That's the thing about Dylan, he doesn't care. You don't like it, too bad. It's like, but Bowie did that too with Tin Machine and stuff. He stopped playing his greatest hits, and Stones are smart. They know you gotta play. You can play some new songs here and there, but you got to play, those songs that people came to hear. They play. They're a fan based band. I was born in 1961. I was so affected by that war, the body counts on TV and all the coffins. Yeah, yeah. They just don't show it anymore, and there's still a lot of people dying. But we just don't see it. Out of sight, out of mind, right? But it was. I remember I had a guy who was. He was fixing my patio, and he was in the Vietnam War. He would tell me these horror stories, how they were just walking through the jungle and they would set these traps, the Viet Cong or whatever, and all of a sudden his buddy would just get skewered with a harpoon, that stepped on a trap, or somebody just blew up on a mine or something. It was just crazy stories. They had he had PTSD. He would just things would just throw him into these memories of. It's really sad what happens to our veterans. Um, I was born in '61. There you go. Roger Armstrong. You suggested, if I may, Prince originally was not an addict. He was as sober as Judge. Sadly, the touring and moves visually ruined his body, thus reached to be self-medicated. Yeah, I think he broke his hip. That was probably around the early 2000s or something, 2009. And they start getting on that pain medication. It's kind of dangerous. Same thing with Michael Jackson. I think when his hair caught on fire, and during that Pepsi commercial with the fireworks, and after that they start taking these painkillers, and it was all downhill. Best solo Stones album. Good question. I'm gonna say "She's the Boss." Mick Jagger just has so many great songs in it. Um, "Talk Is Cheap" is another great one. I love the New Barbarians, even though they haven't released a studio album. They only have live albums out. New Barbarians were amazing. Um, you consider Ron Wood's album "Give Me Some Neck," that was a great album also. Richard Branson in 2008 offered Zeppelin 800 million to do a tour. Wow. Page Jones, Jason Bonham agreed right away. Robert Plant said no. I don't know what's with Robert Plant. It's like $800 million. Come on, guys. Just do it. Do it. I want to see a Zeppelin reunion. My neighbor across the street, he won tickets to see them when they were at the O2 Arena. I think this was 2006. And they won it from, it was KLOS, the radio station, rock radio station in LA. He won it. He got to go to he got a free flight, free hotel. He went to the sound check, and he actually saw the regular concert. Isn't that incredible? Just winning a radio station concert. That was the last time Zeppelin played. They did a nice job too. It's a good album. If you get a chance to hear it, that O2 Arena show. Dennis Ramsey on YouTube. Uh-oh. It says 70s were a great time to grow up with in the music era, in the music scene. It really was. Dennis enjoys your channel. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you, Dennis. I'm glad we got a chance to talk and get to hang out with you. As a famous band once said, living hard will take its toll. But look at Mick Jagger. He took heroin, drugs, hard drugs for 25 years. Still in good shape. I don't know. I think some people have a consistency for it. I don't think Brian Jones did, Keith Richards definitely does. I'm glad they quit, or at least toned it down a bit. 69 and loving Metallica, which still seems like a new band to me. All right, Trudy, you got some interesting musical tastes here. She also Eric Davis. I don't care much for his Christian music, but probably because I'm an atheist. Okay, I remember Vietnam very well. I was a teenager. Wow, Trudy Mark Knopfler and the gospel tinge puts it over the edge regardless. Are you talking about the Slow Train Coming album? That one, like I said, that was good. And then there was Saved, and then there was the one after that, which was he was kind of drifting away from the Christian music, and then and then of course, I think on the 27th they released Infidels. That's like the 30. It was the day that album was released. Zeppelin. Linda says Zeppelin was my favorite band. I think Robert was too broken by the loss of his son. Bonham, Jimmy Page, and John Paul Jones didn't go to his son's funeral. Yeah, there was some kind of thing that they didn't talk about. There was some kind of a rift between. I think that talking about Robert Plant's son dying, I think he drowned, and he kind of blamed Jimmy Page for being in black magic or something like that, and he thought maybe he had something to do with cursing his son, or I don't know. And they wrote that song "The Ocean." He thought maybe, oh, the ocean is cursing me because we wrote this song about it, or something. I don't know. There was some kind of a bad blood between Page and Plant, and I still can't get over that Plant hated "Stairway to Heaven," which I think is one of the greatest songs of all time, but he just didn't like it. That's why he hardly ever plays it. If you notice, when he does his solo stuff, he doesn't do Stairway. Um, that's interesting. I didn't know that Jimmy Page and John Paul Jones didn't go to his son's funeral. Stranger on the road is his mind squirming like a toad. Jim Morrison, Riders on the Storm. Hi, Linda. That Mark says Eric Davis will buy the album. Hi, India. Eric Davis. Hi, Cat. That's Tony the Tiger. Dang it, I couldn't find that Prince with all the dancers. Disappeared for it. It's okay. I think you're. Are you thinking of? Are you thinking of the Prince song, "While My Guitar Gently Weeps"? I'm not sure what song you're talking about. Prince does a really good version of "Play That Funky Music." I used it on the Charlie Watts Dances video. John Bonham grew up with Plant, best friends. Yeah, that's true. They were really good friends. I think for all the time and input, I was heavily involved in industry on a touring basis. Some of the names mentioned, it's nice to see people having music as a hobby. Warm regards. Roger Armstrong. Really, what bands did you work with in the industry? There were just four different guys. Linda. I was 17 and 69. Page and Jones were session players, very young age in London, true professionals. I was born in 64 and Pretty Woman by Roy Orbison was number one. Mike Newcomb. That's a great song. Were you in high school when Foreigner 4 was released? Yes, I was. I remember that Jukebox Hero and all those great songs. Was that Urgent on that one? I'm not sure. I went to high school in the mid 80s. Always a fan of older music during those days. Sorry, I got cat fur on my face right now. Um, you're correct. They were just four guys. Remember Jimmy Carter and having to ration gas when you filled up your car? Yeah, they had the odd and even days in here in California. And if you had an odd number on the last number of your license plate, you would go on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and then you would go Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. And I don't know if you didn't had an even number. It was a mess. I don't know how we had less oil then than we have now, but go figure. I think people were like dumping the OPEC nations were dumping gas into the desert just to make it more rare. I remember Jimmy Carter. Okay, Judy don't feel as old now. Bonham and Plant were just common guys working day jobs. Page wanted Steve Marriott to front Zeppelin. First, he refused. Interesting. I didn't know that. I know that John Entwistle and Keith Moon helped come up with the name Led Zeppelin. They said, you guys are going to tank, tongue in cheek, you're going to tank like a Led Zeppelin. All right. Bonham and Plant were just common guys working day jobs. Page wanted Steve Marriott to front Zeppelin, and then he refused. Roger, bet you have a lot of cool stories. Yeah. Just look at all those cool rockers all out at All Rock On. Those cool rockers are us. Mark, they were amazing session musicians. The Byrds, my back pages. Love the Byrds. Roger McGuinn. That's right. He's the guy that influenced Tom Petty. Ever hear them do a song together in the 80s? King of the Hill, I think it was called, off from Roger McGuinn's solo album. It's hard to tell which one's singing. They share the vocals. It's a great song. King of the Hill. The Stones sound really good on this tour. No lip syncing. That's true. They're doing it all live, and it just sounds amazing. Didn't they do 8 Miles High? That was the Byrds. Yeah, it's funny. I was just listening to them in the car today. It's an album called The Byrds Play Dylan, and I think they play Bob Dylan, some of his songs better than Bob Dylan. Like Mr. Tambourine Man, some of those are my back pages. Yeah. Roger McGuinn. Yeah, they were like. There's an album I have where Roger McGuinn talks about. It's like a live album. Then he talks about some of the songs, and he was telling how they were like session musicians exactly, and then they became a band. My Byrds, my back pages. All right, the Byrds. The Stones sound really good. Didn't they do 8 Miles High? There should be no lip syncing after you sing the song 1,002 times. But the thing is that like Mick Jagger runs around the stage and he doesn't get winded. See, that's why like when you go see Britney Spears, she's dancing a lot, so that's her excuse why she's not singing. Or Janet Jackson, they have to lip sync because they're dancing so much, but it doesn't seem to be a cause for Mick Jagger to lip sync. Your thoughts on Exile on Main Street? Basically, Exile on Main Street, I think, would be a brilliant single album. Even though I love all the songs on it, I think there's some filler songs in there. Songs like Turn on the Run, did that really need to be? Is that really considered one of the greatest songs? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, Tumbling Dice, All Down the Line, Rocks Off. There's some amazing songs. Happy, but I think there was some filler thrown in. That's all. But it's a great album. It has a great feel to it. I'm not sure, if it. And I know they released another album, a deluxe album and it's all cool, But like I said, I think there may have been a few fillers thrown in there. But when it's good, man. Exile on Main Street, very cool album, gritty album. Um, 800 million for Led Zeppelin. They turned it down. Well, ABBA turned down like what 2 billion or something to tour. Now the ABBA avatars are going to be forming. Good Day. As for the stories, I'm aware of some unique situations. However, being a good soldier, my lips are and were sealed. And it's fun to listen to the input of people when you're aware of the people. They offered ABBA 1 billion. That's right. I wasn't sure if it was 1 billion or 2 billion. Wonder if they're still if that offer's still on the table or not. I like Curtis Mayfield. Miche Goss said that. He didn't drown, he died of a bacterial infection. Jimmy Page had bought Aleister Crowley's house and was too whacked out on heroin. Okay, so I don't know what the problem with the ocean was then. Richard Branson had offered the band 800 million to do a tour, all of them but Plant signed on. Interesting. I still do love Jimmy Page though. Foreigner was amazing. I will be doing a live stream of I'm going to do a live stream of Lou Gramm in concert when he performs. He's still amazing. He brought out a whole choir to sing. I gotta know what love is or whatever. I saw him last time. That's cool. And you just bring out a whole choir. I mean, the Eagles did it too for a couple songs. Yeah, I was looking for that guitar. Gently Weeps with the Dancers. I don't know about the Dancers being on it. I just remember Prince being on it. Yes, Plant's son Carrick died when Zeppelin was on their 75 tour of America. Oh, okay. That was very tragic. That's the one I was looking for, my bad. Favorite Zeppelin album? Whew. I'm going to throw it out there and say Song Remains the Same. I love that album. I think it's just incredible, especially that long form version, the deluxe one where they released like every song from the concert. I know it's weird to say a live album, but I'm going to say Song Remains the Same. As far as studio, I was always pretty amazed with Physical Graffiti. That's an example of having two albums, and I know there's a few fillers in there, but it's an amazing album. Physical Graffiti. Anyway, they're all great. It's hard to decide which ones I like the best, or I would maybe Zeppelin 4. It's got Stairway on it and Rock and Roll. Zeppelin 4 is pretty amazing too. Yeah. Let's see. That's the one I was looking for. Anybody else have a favorite Zeppelin album? Mark said the only reason Plant returned to Zeppelin is because John Bonham begged him to. My back pages was Dylan's first. Interesting. I'm learning a little bit more about Zeppelin and the riff. So I guess when Bonham died, there was nothing holding Plant to Zeppelin anymore. My back pages was Dylan's first. Nobody does Dylan better than Dylan. Don't make me pull over. Okay, I got one for you. Manfred Mann, Gwyn the Eskimo. I don't know. I love that version of it. I like Dylan's version too, but I'm thinking there's some cases that Ron Wood does 7 Days better than Bob Dylan does it. I don't know. There's a few examples. Jimi Hendrix, All Along the Watchtower, I would say is better than the studio version from John Wesley Harding. I don't know. Dylan is a great songwriter. Sometimes there's other people that can interpret his music better. Hendrix was great at doing that. He loved it. He loved Bob Dylan songs, but most of the time Dylan does it better. I agree. There are a few exceptions. I'm one of the guys on December 23rd, 1980. Skid Row opened up for Aerosmith. You have to split. All right, Mike, great. I'm glad you hung out this long. Always remember, you don't have to be a rock star to have the attitude of one. That's right. Sometimes we have to have an attitude adjustment. I'm lucky to have the apartment in Seattle next to the stadium. I walked around and listened to the concerts for free. Wow, that is cool. The Stones have found the key to staying young. Work harder. That's right. You know, to make work meaningful, you got to do something that you want to do and you need to do. And that's what makes life meaningful. Things you want to do and that you need to do. If you're just doing what you need to do and not what you want to do, and vice versa, not very meaningful. All right. This, Mark, did you see Bonham's son playing the Kennedy Honors when Hart? Yeah, Stairway to Heaven, best performance ever. Robert Plant cries. It was really good. That I loved Jack Black's discussion about Led Zeppelin and the Zeppathon and them writing songs about Vikings. It was really funny. If you get a chance to see that on YouTube, Jack Black. Ann Serrato, are you from Brazil? Rolling Stones final semana. Yes, Linda, that was December 7th, 2012. Hart Wilson sisters are huge Zeppelin fans. Rocks Off is amazing, a sensational opening song. Rocks Off is basically, I started looking into the lyrics this week more. He's like, he only gets his rocks off when he's sleeping. I don't know what that means. Anyway, I guess sometimes the expectations in life are not what reality is, I guess. Anybody see the Moody Blues? No, I always wanted to see them. I never got to see them. They play with an orchestra. Hopefully, they were at the Hollywood Bowl. I missed them the last time they were here. Love it when they sing Zeppelin songs. Two amazing women, Nancy and I think Hart is kind of like the female Led Zeppelin. You know, when they sing those songs, they're just wow. I mean, I saw them separately. Ann and Nancy, you know, they had that feud because I think Nancy's boyfriend beat up Ann's kids or pushed them or something. I don't know. There got to be like a whole big thing with calling the police, and I don't know. That was kind of broke them up. I'm glad to see they're back together. Um, I love it when they sing Zeppelin songs. Yep. 10 years old, and my older sisters are going to see a concert, and I wanted to go. My mom said, buy your brother a ticket. It was a day at the races tour. Freddie Mercury. Yeah, I would have loved to seen Queen. I loved Queen. My first album was that I bought was Night at the Opera. I just thought that song Bohemian Rhapsody was so different from what was on the radio, from anything I had heard, you know. But actually, a weird thing about Bohemian Rhapsody, it was originally a country song. Did you know that? I would like to hear it done in a country way, but it ended up being rock opera. Most people don't know Zeppelin 2 was recorded at Mick Jagger's mansion in England, Stargroves. Oh, that's interesting. Brazil. That's right. Hola, Brazil. We have some friends from Brazil joining us. Love vinyl albums and covers and still do. Yeah, yeah, the art and everything and interacting with the vinyl. I have a big collection. I don't listen to it as much because I do a lot of music listening either, you know, in the kitchen, you know, where I don't have a record player or I'm in the car, but I love vinyl. I kept all my vinyl. Rhythm Nation, Miss Jackson danced her heart out every night over 90 minutes. Yeah, I saw Janet. I was just a little disappointed. She had so many songs that she would just do like medleys because she had so many hits that she couldn't possibly do all her songs. But she was lip syncing, you know. And it was just she would just keep singing and she was dancing, and then the mic was on, and she'd go, "Come on, come on, come on, come on," and then it was just like lip sync the whole thing. You know, this was about 10 years ago. But I'm glad I saw her. I didn't really hear her, but I heard her going, "Come on, come on, come on." It it was like the what was it, the Discipline Tour or something like that. It was over at Staples Center. It was cool. She was dancing a lot, but I don't really feel like I heard her sing in concert. But it was an experience. You know, you go to see the artist. You don't always go to hear him sing, I guess. I did not know that. I'm not sure what you didn't know. India, I always said Ann Wilson is the greatest female pure rock singer ever, of course. Did they? Did they? I think they did get the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, didn't they? But they need to give Pat Benatar something. She's an amazing vocalist too. Interesting thing about Pat Benatar is they asked her, you know, she was trained as an opera singer, and they said, "Isn't it a lot harder to sing opera than rock?" And she actually said, "No, it's harder to sing rock than opera." So give that woman a. Their fans want her to win, but the fans only have like 2% of the vote. So she can't, even though the fans nominate her, it doesn't matter that the Academy, you know, overrides the vote. Um, let's see. It'd be cool to have a Hollywood Halloween live stream. I'll dress up as an Eminem and join you with a bit of Monster Mash. We probably will do some sort of a live stream. We found some cool footage of the Rolling Stones live in concert on Halloween. You know who's also was really good is like Oingo Boingo. They do these Halloween shows. Dead Man's Party. You can't beat that one. Mark knew about Headley Grange. I was just looking at the Headley Grange album. That's where they recorded some Zeppelin albums, right? Was that Mick Jagger's mansion, Headley Grange? I know I have a Zeppelin unauthorized album that called Headley Grange. That's a great story. Would have loved to have been there, seen Freddie. Yeah. Yes, funny things. Mick loves Zeppelin. And Keith Richards does. Yeah, it's true. I don't know why Keith Richards keeps dissing Zeppelin. Maybe that's why it took him 50 years to put out the only song, one of the only songs they recorded with Jimmy Page called, what was it called? Scarlet. That was written after Jimmy Page's daughter, Scarlett. Oh, yes, Quinn the Eskimo. How do you feel about their Derek trucks? I don't know what that is. I know about Derek and the Dominoes. Um, I love the older stuff. Most of all, Ansi would be my pick for best female rock singer. Great. She really belts it out. I got to see her at the Wiltern Theater, which was used to be a movie palace. It was nice up close. And yeah, and I saw them at the Forum, the Hart Sisters. I think Cheap Trick opened for them. Doesn't Linda Headley Grange is a small Dutch cottage in the field of England? It's somewhere where Zeppelin recorded albums. I don't know exactly where, but Zeppelin recorded some albums there. Rolling Stones, AO Vivo. It's okay with Dylan. He said he does know how to sing his songs, and he got the Pulitzer Prize. Robert Plant, Jimmy Page were there alone after their first album, and Plant wrote 90% of the songs. That's interesting. Good answer about doing what you want and need. Very thoughtful. That's the key to a meaningful life, guys. You just got to always keep your eye on the target. Do what you need to do and what you want to do, and you will find meaning in your life. Yes. Secret formula. All right. But not always that way. Sometimes you got to pay the bills, right? But when you have an opportunity, do it. Jack Black was so funny. Come on, you guys. You sold. You sold your souls. Greatest band ever, Queen. Yeah, it's hard to find a better lead vocalist than Freddie Mercury, and it's for me. It's just hard to pinpoint who is the best and whatever. I just like I said, music appreciation. The more you like, the more you can get happiness from music. So I don't know. It's hard for me to pick a song or pick a band, or I can tell you a bunch of them. um, maybe Pink Floyd. Funny story. Linda was John Baum's best ever friend in life, Tony's best man at his first wedding. I saw Jimmy Page telling about the recording of Stairway. He's so gray now. A Jimmy Page story. He was signing at Barnes and Nobles in at the Grove in Los Angeles. I didn't realize you had to get there at 1 in the morning or something if you wanted to see him, because he was only like he was stamping because he has carpal tunnel, so he wasn't signing books. He was stamping. He had this coffee table book. Anyway, I wasn't able to get in, and guess who I see in the bookstore? Ariana Grande. I was not expecting to see her. I was expecting to see Jimmy Page, but stranger things have happened. Anyway, you don't always have the wherewithal, to when you see these celebrities. Now I tell myself, I see somebody famous, just go ask them for a photo. What's the worst thing going to happen? They're going to say no. You start off where you were before you asked them. Mark, I saw Jimmy Page telling about the recording of Stairway. Yeah, that was an interesting video. Out Night, all on the rebound. Greetings from Brazil. Hey, Fernando, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for joining us. Linda saw that video and he recorded Stairway to Heaven. Love that video. Linda. Sweet Virginia. That's off of Exile on Main Street, I believe, isn't it? Sweet Virginia. You got sticky fingers and sticky keypads, Mark. Mine is kind of stuck here. I don't know. I'm trying to. Hi, Fernando. I think we have some friends from Brazil here. Arno is here. Mark Ciafani, Linda Quinn had no opening band. Cold Sunday Night. I remember they opened with "We Will Rock You." Remember they did that faster version? We will rock you, rock you. And it was like, it's on that album Queen Live Killers. They do a version of that. I'm from Vietnam. It's a bit weird when people use Paint It Black for this war video tapes. Interesting. Did you see him speaking for a college in England? He's telling so much. No, I didn't see that. I'll have to check that out. Hopefully it's on YouTube. One of my best concerts was Judas Priest, September 82, New Haven. Iron Maiden was the opener. What a show. Yeah, that's pretty cool to see them both back to back. Hart is from Central Oregon coast. It was very remote. Okay. Let's see. Just listen to Queen songs. Want to Live Forever from the movie today. Rhythm Nation was not lip synced. Truth or Dare had 2 songs lip synced. Only one Freddie, her manager at the time, who's talking to Toronto police. My shadow has a cameo. Interesting. I didn't know that. I guess she wasn't lip syncing back then, but she definitely was lip syncing in the 2000s. I can tell you that. I think I heard the record skip. Plant is just a different type of guy. He's just a quiet man. Doesn't want to heart Zeppelin image. Yeah, he's always trying to move on, but turning down $800 million or whatever it was is a lot of money. Um, I know him. Excuse me. Please excuse my typos. I'm tired. I like watching Mick Jagger at Altamont 69. He looks so damn cool. Stop all the pushing. Could you? He was like trying to discipline the audience there with the Hell's Angels walking around with pool sticks. I don't know. It was kind of a recipe for insanity to hire the Hell's Angels to be security and pay them in beer. Oh, Derek Trucks. It's Butch Trucks from the Allman Brothers. Okay, it's an excellent guitarist. Johnny Winter called him one of the best. Are you going to Hollywood show? If you did manage to get the tickets, scalpers. What Hollywood show are you talking about, Fernando? You said that I go to a Hollywood show. Is it you talking about the Hollywood Bowl, or I'm not sure what show you're talking about. Or are you talking about Las Vegas? I don't know. I wouldn't buy from scalpers. I'm not sure if their stuff is good or not. If you do buy from a scalper, don't let them run away. Just make sure that you can get in. Tell them to come with you to the gate and make sure they don't run away. But so now they give you these Xeroxes. You don't know if they've been scanned or not or what. Better off buying from a website that has authentication or whatever on these tickets. Robert Plant was voted to have the biggest member of any rock star. Wow. Huey Lewis came in second. Interesting. I didn't know there was a contest. Was that like only groupies are allowed to be in the poll there? Robert Plant was voted okay. Brown sugar is banned now. Well, they voluntarily retired it, but Mick Jagger said he may bring the old lady back once in a while. So who knows? Um, Linda, if you use Facebook, you can friend me on Facebook. Yeah, let's connect, friend each other. Mark, I did not know. It just looked at those skin tight jeans with the hole on the other side from his stuff. A new movie coming out with Ramble on its theme. I got rambling on my mind there. All right. Let's see. After taxes, it's $50. Awesome. Nobody talks about Mick Taylor these days. I don't know what he's doing really. He used to play clubs and things. I think he's retired. People's tired of people saying someone should retire and do what? Sort of like Willie Nelson. They asked him when he going to retire, and he said, "Retire from what?" It's his hobby, right? And retire from your hobby. Um, Boa noite, aqui no Brazil. Arno, I'm going to say good night. Wow, 4 o'clock in the morning. You're a trooper. Fernando Soares, November 23rd, Hard Rock, Hollywood, Florida. That's Is that when the Stones play? I think possibly. I heard Robert say something about having to put sock in his pants anymore. Yeah. Boa noite. Boa noite, everybody. They seen a band. Actually, I watched a YouTuber sleep. She was doing that ASMR. She goes, "I'm going to take a little nap." She falls asleep on her live stream, and it's an amazing way to get watch hours. Right? You just sleep during your live stream. It was so relaxing. I've had a band 60 years. What are they going to do? Still be adored around the world? It's a contest, huh? Amo McJagger. All right. Marty Ballin got punched out at Altamont. He lived in Mill Valley. That's true. He went to his house once. Very trippy. He lived there on Blithdale for decades and moved to Florida. Interesting. I live in Vegas. So tell me where the closest hotel is to that stadium that the Stones are playing at. Mark, if you could. Truth or Dare was a direct voice to Mike. I have no knowledge or input of the 2000s. Agreed on scalping at certain period. Artists made huge money in articles and performance magazines. So, which two songs, Roger, did Madonna lip sync on Truth or Dare? You said there were two songs that she lip synced. No reason to retire when they still sound so good. Plus, anyone else knows Mick squatting and singing crazy? He's way more fit than most 30-year-olds. That's true. Cortez, Colorado. Metal music, you are so loyal. Thank you for coming back. Many celebrities will say they will retire from acting when they turn blue and cold. It's in the Four Corners area. Okay. What hotels are near the Four Corners, Linda? That's a Rolling Stones shirt you're wearing. Yeah, I am. I'm wearing a Rolling Stone shirt. It looks a little weathered. I don't know if you can see it, but it's not. It's just the style. It's pretty cool. I got it at the SoFi Stadium show on the second night they were there. It's nice. It's a long sleeve. Sometimes it gets a little chilly, this time of year. I said, I'm getting a long sleeve. You can sleep in it and whatever. It's just a really cool shirt. Um, Rocky Mountain High. That's right. I'm allergic to it. I'm a big Aerosmith fan also. Yeah, I love Aerosmith. I mean, Steve Tyler. I was amazed, like when Charlie Watts died, his autographs weren't going for more money. I think they're going for more now, but they were only going for like $100. They were PSA. Um, but I think they're going for a lot now. I bought a couple of them after he passed away, and I would just recommend you getting something with an authentication if you decide to get them on eBay or whatever. But something from a third party authenticator like PSA or JSA. Don't buy it from like Joe Smith. There's so many scammers. There was this one company that was selling all this autograph stuff. They had all these Beatles. I mean, come on. I mean, they had like 4 copies of this, and they were selling it like hotcakes. People were just believing that this stuff was real. spending thousands of dollars because they had a little, I guess, data thing that would tell you how many they sold while you were on the website. And I don't know if it was real or fake, but the stuff was all fake. So you got to be careful if you buy autograph stuff. Make sure it's authenticated. And again, not by the person who's selling it. Oh yeah, I authenticate it. Of course, but you get a third party who's not selling it, authenticating it. Or watch the guy sign it. That's about the only time you know for sure. It says here that's an Italian name, Mark Ciafarani. I'm half Italian, half French. Aerosmith's original tour got cosmetically restored for a Vegas location. Rolling Stone Satisfaction was the first song I heard. I was a child in Mobile, Alabama, listening to it on Blue Chevy Malibu car radio. The radio announcer called him Englishman. The Englishman. That's interesting. I don't need weed. Doesn't do anything for me. That's right. Just get high on life, guys. Get high on the music. Tony Clifton. High on comedy. Keith Richards snorted his dad's ashes and mixed his drugs, he said in his book. Yeah, what was he saying? He says, his dad's ashes fell on the table and he decided to snort it. And he says, I didn't want it to go to waste. I mean, come on. That is so bizarre. That's Keith, though, right? You watch Two and a Half Men. So many rock stars make appearances on that show. Which ones? I'm not sure. No hotels here. It's the middle of nowhere. Four Corners is Arizona. Oh, I thought you were talking about the Rolling Stones concert being in the Four Corners. We're having a bunch of different conversations. So well, thanks. I'm looking forward to the Ticks for Hollywood, Florida, where they are going to play the last show of this tour. Now, November 23rd, wish me luck. Justin flying to U.S. from Britain because you are dedicated, I'll tell you. You are dedicated. That is so cool. Let us know how the concert is when you see it. Hello, I wonder if that Jagger's real hair because is balding. One thing about Jagger is I don't ever remember him balding, right? He always had that full head of hair. So I don't remember it. Like Elton John, I remember him, getting thin, like in the 70s and everything. But I don't remember this ever happening to Mick, so I'm not going to answer that question. As it is so beautiful. Not from Britain, from Brazil. Have you ever heard Joan Baez and the President sang Amazing Grace? So touching, even an atheist like me. Okay, Trudy, I think I saw that. I don't know. She was at one of the inaugurations, right? Always said two men on this planet that can say they've done everything there is to do in life many times over. Mick Jagger, Keith Richards. That's true. These guys have really experienced life. I'll tell you that. Good questions. I cannot remember. My brain is working overtime. It's 1:30 here in Canada. I tried to send you an email. I'm not sure if it went through. Email. Do you have my email address? I don't know. Anyway, I'll have to check it later because I'm just looking at the feed here on YouTube. But did you send it to the Starlight Music one or? I can only imagine Linda. Very beautiful. Oh, anyway, I think we got to the. We're getting to the bottom. I wanted to get through all the. I wanted to get through all of your wonderful comments that you guys have left. It's been fun. I was just hoping to do this for like an hour or so, and we. Dimebag Daryl was buried in a Kiss coffin. All right. Well, at least you get when you can enjoy it. I think if you're going to get a coffin, that's the way to go. I mean, you can be, get some conscious use out of it. Anyway, my brother always told me, he said, make as a performer, you should always leave before your audience does. I know there's 34 of you guys that are diehards and are still out there, and I really appreciate it. But I probably should let you guys get some sleep. I mean, we were just having fun talking about music. Uh, Jennifer asked me earlier. She said, "Well, what are you going to talk about?" I said, "I don't know. My the viewers come up with all the cool stuff. I'm just responding to it." But they come up with all these really cool comments. Thank you guys for doing that and for being a part of this stream. I think I've reached the last one, but there's always one or two more. Thanks and have a good night from Brazil, not Britain. Um, Mamas and the Papas, offsprings. They said her parents gave her to Mick Jagger. Is that Michelle Phillips? I can't remember her name. When she was 14. Um, the That's crazy. I think she was on One Day at a Time, the person you're talking about. Um, Mackenzie Phillips, was that her name or something like that? I can't remember. But yeah, I heard that story. It was really creepy. Trudy, you have some excellent uh, comments tonight. Fernando says, thanks and have a good night from Brazil, not Britain. Are you from Sao Paulo? Everybody I know is either from Sao Paulo, Fort Alegre, Rio. Those are the big cities there. Thanks and have a good night. Um, I knew Mark a long time ago. Not a great name to have visiting Mexico. Good night to all. Love this. Well, we love you, Trudy. Thank you so much for coming out and being a part of this. Never been on live stream this long. Thanks. Good night. Well, either have I. I don't think I have been. I may have, put on a Stone show that lasted a couple hours, but this is probably the longest I've been on. How long has it been? Like 4 hours or something? I don't know. I just wanted to get to the end of the comments, and I see they're going to keep on coming, and I want to send out peace and love to everybody. Thank you so much for sharing all these great. Um, Mr. Watts was the glue that kept the Stones together. Always had a smile, look, and nod before the stage. He had a few dances to stretch his legs. Mr. Watts virtually designed their stages and merch. Interesting. Eric played on a Hendrix tribute album called Stone Free. Have you heard? Yeah, I actually have a picture disc of that, and I think I have it on CD. Good album. I think it was like Sting was on there and Eric Clapton. I'm pretty sure that's the one. It's kind of like a purplish painting or something. It's just 2:20 in Vietnam. Well, thank you so much for coming, Trin Tran. I know you were up late. I hope you guys are. I don't want to take away your sleep, but I've stayed up many a nights, invigorated, thinking about music. Of their house in 1978. It deflowered Mackenzie, took her virginity. Wow. Yeah, you're right. That I heard that story. That's crazy. 425. Wow, you were up late, Trudy. Excellent stream. Well, I'm glad you guys liked it. It's been fun. It's fun to have people who are into the music these streams, and nobody knew each other out. But you guys are all organic. I mean, you're into the topic. It's awesome. You're from the great Sao Paulo state. Good night. Boa noite to my brothers and sisters in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Mackenzie Phillips was on a show with Eddie Van Halen's wife, Valerie Bertinelli. That's right. That was called One Day at a Time. I used to watch that show. Good night, everyone. Sweet dreams, Fernando said. Rerun. Mackenzie was the grossest of the Phillips sisters. China and Bijou are far more attractive. Not sure of what John Phillips was thinking. Not sure what Mick Jagger was thinking, to tell you the truth. Mark couldn't remember the details. As me old mother used to say, have dreams as sweet as fried onions. All right. Pretty cool. Thank you and have a good night, sir. Yes, Trudy Mick wanted a tuna fish sandwich. John didn't have any mayo, told him to go to the store, and then locked him out. Wow. Still, that's a line I never thought of before. Get privacy. Wow, still raging. I subbed you for the Stone shows. Much appreciated. I think we're still, yeah, we're still going. I haven't taken my union break yet, but anyway, I'm gonna let you guys go to sleep. And thank you guys for watching. Peace and love to you. Tomorrow's the Stones are going to be out there. We're going to try to find a stream for you and see if we can find some cool Stone stuff as it happens because, we'd love to be able to be at all these shows. Night, night, everybody. Good night out there in all these wonderful countries and places you're at. Love you, Trudy. I'm going to say good night. Why I have what do they call that, separation anxiety, so don't get me started. So much fun. Yeah, well, it's fun to have you here too. God bless Linda and Irma. Hopefully we can all meet someday, maybe, hanging out at a in Vegas or something, seeing the Stones. I'm serious about that. Charlie Launder, peace. That's right. Don't forget. I'll recite what Roger Daltrey said at the end of his Las Vegas concert. He says, "Don't forget to be happy, be healthy, and of course, be lucky." All right. Wonderful. All right. Well, good night, everybody. God bless you. And going to charge my phone. Had a blast, everyone. God bless. Thank you, guys, and keep on rocking. Sweet dreams, everybody. Good night, Lonnie and Mark and Trudy and Charlie and Irma and Linda and Trudy and Trin, Tron and Charlie and Mark, I believe. We'll see you next time. Bye bye. Here it is. I don't even know how to turn this thing off here. Okay. Good night, everybody.